begin to pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Will the secretary please call roll?
Planning Commission Secretary Corman calling roll. Commissioner Munoz,
Present.
Commissioner Bernier,
Here,
Commissioner Powell,
Here.
Vice Chair Manley,
Here.
Chair Nazarian.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Carmen. We will now reconvene the public hearing on the Rancho La Habra project. As a reminder, the item on the agenda is following consideration of number one, environmental impact report. Let me correct myself. The first item will be the general plan amendment 18-01 to change the land use designation from open space to low density residential, and that's 0 to 8 units per acre for planning areas 2, 3, and 4, and mixed use 1 for planning area 5 of the Rancho La Habra specific plan, followed by the environmental impact report 18-01, that's SCH number 2015-111-045. Number 3, amendment number 3 to the La Habra Hills specific plan. 4, zone change 1801 to change the land use designation from La Habra Hills specific plan to Rancho La Habra specific plan for the area occupied by the West Ridge Golf Course. 5, adoption of the Rancho La Habra specific plan. 6, vesting tentative track map 17845. 7, design review 18-01 through 18-04 for Rancho La Habra specific plan areas 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. And finally, the development agreement 18-01. And tonight, the meeting will be conducted in the following manner. The continued public hearing will be reopened at the point where we finished last night. And we were asking for speakers who are willing to speak in opposition to the project. And that's where we will begin again. If you spoke last night, that's great. If you did not get a chance to speak last night in opposition, this is the time for you to do so. And let me add as well that there were some folks who had a hard time connecting, logging in, speaking in support and in opposition last night. So what we'll do is after we conclude the general speakers who are speaking in opposition to the project, we will do a final call at the end of that process. And that call will be for both supporters and opponents if they still weren't able to connect earlier, who then wish to speak. Anyone who wishes to speak, of course, will be allowed. No time limit is placed on individual comments. However, it is requested that you limit your comments to new information. And I'll say again briefly what I said last night. If you've heard the last 5 or 10 people say almost the exact same thing that you were going to say, it would be expeditious if you were to say something along those lines. Like I echo the previous speaker's comments. As I mentioned last night again, we would like to see the meeting adjourn, the public hearing adjourned tonight. And we're willing to go until 10:30 to make that happen, perhaps a bit later if necessary. But if we're not able to do that, we will once again continue the meeting to the following night. So hopefully we can get everybody heard and get the public hearing concluded. And of course, anyone who does become abusive or displays any inappropriate public behavior will be cut off from the thread. Pursuant to established rules, there will be, well, it says a 10:30 curfew. Any business not completed by that time will be continued. But as I just indicated, if we're flexible a bit, if we're very close to concluding the meeting at 10:30, we'll continue past that for a bit. Commission will take health breaks at the chair's discretion and recess for a short period of time. We'll just see when that seems to be appropriate, and rest assured we won't cut anybody off for that purpose. And again, because we recognized some technical difficulties last night, we will have that opportunity at the very end for supporters to speak as well. Following public testimony, the staff will summarize any correspondence received since 5:00 p.m. today for the record. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal, after which we will close the public hearing. Following the close of the public hearing, the commission will enter into deliberations and provide direction to staff accordingly. So now's the time for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the proposed project. Veronica, if you're lining them up, we'd like to hear from the first caller, and I'll ask all callers to identify themselves. Please slowly spell out your first and last name and give your address for the record. You'll be selected from the meeting queue when it is your turn to speak. We are still expecting a fairly large number of calls, so be patient as it may take some time for your spot to come up in the queue. So Veronica, whenever you're ready, we can have our first speaker.
Mr. Chair, if I may, while Veronica's queuing up the speaker list, my name's Andrew Ho, Director of Community Development. Wanted to introduce our attorneys from Richards, Watson, Gershon that are here on the call tonight, David Snow and Janetta Giovinco. They'll be providing counsel to the commission this evening. Also here in attendance are various staff members to provide assistance as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, David, and thank you, Janetta. So Veronica, whenever you're ready.
This is Veronica. Please make sure your microphone is turned on. Prior to addressing the commission, please spell your first and last name and where you are from. If you wish to address the commission by phone, please press *9. If you wish to address the commission on the computer, please click on the participants icon and click on the raise hand icon. Okay, the first speaker will be James Lees. Please unmute your microphone and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is James Lees. It's Jamlees, and I live at 2140 South Farrell Court in La Habra. I'd like to make a few opening comments before I address some of the specific issues. I want to follow up on the chairman's comments on the opinion poll conducted by Lennar. As background, this came about due to what I would call a failure of their electronic media campaign. They came up in the first week of August and came head to head with our media campaign. And what resulted was we had more than 10 times the rate Lennar did on receiving letters at our website and having them forward letters to the city council. Ours, of course, opposing the project, theirs pushing the project. So the ratio was 10-1. And they turned this project off after about 2 weeks. And that's what started the opinion poll that they went out and did. And as the chairman noticed, the opinion poll was deceptive. It didn't even mention housing, but it mentioned open parks and spaces. That terminology probably rings a bell with you. And it can be easily confused by a potential signer as to what they're signing. What this means is there's really no way of knowing how many of the 7,800 odd signers actually support the project. Even if Lennar goes through and scrubs the list, it doesn't change a thing. In contrast, our supporters have been going to our website over the last 6 weeks and forwarding letters in opposition to the project to the council. I think our count is somewhat over 2,300 right now, with the letters being received by the council. Given the fatal flaw in the opinion poll, the verification proposed by Andrew of Lennar really won't help us know how many signers that signed really with the intent of opposing the project. To be of any value, what Lennar needs to do really is to do a very straightforward question, a real opinion poll. Are you in favor of the 448 home Rancho La Habra housing project, or do you oppose it? It's just that simple. I even have a better idea. Can you still hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Hi, Jim. This is Andrew. Would you mind going onto your Zoom account, and there should be an icon on there to share your video or camera?
I had it. Somebody turned me off. I thought you had control of it.
There you go.
Okay. So let me go back. I'm saying that I even have a more novel idea for Lennar. If they really believe that the citizens of La Habra support the project, let's let the electorate vote on it. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't think the $25 billion bully is going to go that way. I don't think they are. But, what they're trying to do is create a false reality for your commission and for the city council. So let me turn a minute. Now I want to turn to a minute to some of the specifics. Let's turn to the traffic issue for a minute. On the La Habra website, it states that La Habra does not plan to require the developer to fund traffic mitigation measures. The report identifies traffic impacts as significant and unavoidable. It then goes on to blame other cities for their lack of coordination by not having traffic mitigation fund programs. I heard that maybe the developer might be rethinking this, but as of now, hasn't committed to any written strategy or committed any dollars to fix the problem. In other words, they want to move ahead without addressing the issue first. None of the surrounding cities want their residents paying for needed traffic improvements that are costs the development should be paying for to avoid the gridlock on Beach Boulevard and other main arteries. Other traffic issues like using the VMT measurement in the EIR was already addressed by Joe Faust, but I definitely concur with his comments and will reiterate that the EIR conclusion that the VMT that in quotes, not helpful in addressing traffic congestion, which is measured with delay-based metrics such as LOS, is really outdated. I mean, the law went into effect and what is supposed to be used as a VMT measurement. I really like to see the commission consider the future impacts of overloading the streets, overloading the street arteries and having alternative routes like Sandalwood, Lambert, and many other small streets being used as shortcuts around the gridlock on Imperial, Beach, and the large streets. I'm sure you're going to want the same consideration from Fullerton should the Coyotes development of 750 homes ever be complete. Let me turn my attention a minute to the effects of overcrowding our city. As mentioned yesterday, almost all urban planners would probably agree that adding single-family housing units like those being proposed by Lennar make demands on city resources that far exceed the revenues that the city takes in. The independent financial consultant needs to examine the project. They need to include all the costs of the city, not just the direct cost. Everybody needs police, everybody needs fire, everybody needs a myriad of services, other services supplied by the city, which all have real costs and need to be included in the financial report. Without
you know what? Actually, go ahead and.
What? Okay, let me go on. Without it.
Press the microphone.
Okay.
So go ahead. You're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Without a complete analysis of costs, the residents for La Habra are left to pay for the shortages far into the future. You can also see the developer taking shortcuts on cost in their highly touted $3.8 million fee for education. You know, I'm not a detailed person that knows a lot about the education, but anybody can do a thumbnail calculation. Anybody can estimate how many additional students are going to be added. If you add one per house, you're talking about 448 students, and the average cost in La Habra per student per year is published at $9,104. And if you didn't get any reimbursement from the state, you're talking about that number being 4.1 million just in the first year. Now, granted, there will be some money probably coming from the state, but do you actually believe that it won't end up costing the taxpayers of La Habra more money? I've heard very little about the impact of the streets and store parking. This already, La Habra already has a street parking shortage right now. Just ask any of the residents on Monte Vista. To see our future look like other cities with overdevelopment problems, like I'll use Long Beach since I work and know that area, the street parking is all but impossible and late in the day in most neighborhoods of Long Beach. The other thing that was discussed kind of extensively yesterday was RHNA requirements that have come up and over in the last presentations. I think months ago, I was at a council meeting and I spoke to a presenter from the planning department that was making a presentation to the council. and they talked about the RENA issue and about the 803 additional housing units over the 9 years. And he told me there, and this was after the council meeting, he said, you know, I believe it's totally doable, even without Rancho La Habra, based on La Habra's history and based on the new law changes. Now, maybe if you asked him now, maybe he'd change his tune. Maybe that wouldn't be what he'd say now, but 6 months ago, that's what I heard. And the unsupported, I think what happens is a lot of people talk about RENA and they talk about what could happen and such, but they're basically unsupported speculation being made. And I think that's of little or no value. This project is definitely tilted towards the high price side and only benefits the above average category. If the builder isn't providing for a decent amount of affordable housing monies on the project this big, how are you ever going to get affordable housing built? You're going to give away the parking till there's no parking? It's going to be difficult. If you can't do it on this project, it's going to be difficult. Let me talk a minute about the air and soil pollution, both during construction and after. Residents living near the construction site have told me that they are very worried about the air quality of going on during construction. I heard figures of 6 years. I've heard figures shorter than that. But when construction's going on, there's a lot of concern about elderly people or elderly parents and with existing respiratory issues. And in some cases, there's even people that are worried about their children in this situation. So what's their response? They're willing to move. They're actually willing to move out of La Habra just to avoid a life-threatening issue. As far as pollution after the houses are complete, the EIR plainly states that the greenhouse gases from the homes will be 10 times worse than what comes from the golf course. You've already heard the concerns from your own commissioner about having children spending time in a park that clearly has contaminated soil, and I won't belabor the point, but I certainly agree with her. The biological studies bring to light several interesting points. The wildlife is definitely will be damaged. I even think the EIR makes it clear by the project, even if relocation of property is purchased. But I think the important issue is that the replacement land has not been purchased. But the developer is in such a hurry to get this project approved prior to November election and our initiative go into effect that they don't care. They want to move ahead regardless. If you throw enough money at it, I guess you can buy anything if you throw enough money at it. You can understand our concern given the developer's statement in the EIR. For example, they talk about removing nests on birds out of season when the birds aren't present. Well, that's a real joke. I mean, a joke on the birds for sure. Other things that they talked about the net catcher. The net catcher hasn't been seen by anybody representing the builder since 2016. But oddly enough, we have people that go out almost on a monthly basis with binoculars and cameras and photograph that very same bird. The city should hold its approval until the project, until after the CDFW removes the deed restrictions. Damage to homes close to the project, well, we're worried about it. Should any of the grading activities from the builder disturb the ground around the site, it has potential of costing millions of dollars to remedy. Cotton Shires, a geotechnical consultant that we hired, has already pointed out deficiency in the soil testing done by the builder. I understand the project is in a liquefaction zone and subject to earth movement. You have already heard earlier comments about problems existing today around the golf course area. So what happens if they start disturbing the ground by work being done by the builder and it further affects the surrounding areas? The city should protect its current residents from loss and should have the developer do the additional testing recommended. Don't take any chances, do the testing that's recommended. Skipping proper testing to rush the project through is the wrong thing to do. Please, I'm hoping the commissioners won't allow that. The developer also made a point that the golf course is on private property and can be used and can't be used by the public, but we all know it's not a private golf course, it's a public golf course. Anyone can use it. Anybody can use the clubhouse and the other facilities. In fact, many people do, and have weddings and many other events on the property now. This is all done, by the way, without cost to the city to maintain the facilities. Additionally, the city doesn't have to deal with the homeless encampments on a site, which could present itself as a problem later if the city operates it as a public park. It's interesting because to date, the owners have already stopped some of the homeless issues by posting signs that walkers are not allowed on the property, and they not only post it, they enforce it. Maintaining the La Habra lifestyle, you know, that's what we moved here for. This sounds kind of unimportant to some people that don't live in La Habra, but it's the foundation of the city. The residents move here to get away from the density of urbanization. In my case, that was Lakewood. The city is loved for its relaxed atmosphere and small time charm. The general plan as laid out in the 1990s support the city character, and we don't want to see it change. We need to work for you to work for the residents and protect the chosen lifestyle. That means defending against companies or even government agencies promoting detrimental change. I can't help but point out that all the comments from the people yesterday, well, not all, I think there were 2 exceptions, didn't live in La Habra. It's almost like they suffer from the, you know, do it in your backyard, don't do it in mine syndrome. You and the council are our surrogates until the electorate gets voted. Don't rush this project through the approval process. It's just not coincidental that the builder is pushing the project through in November, which is actually overlapping the election voting, which starts the first week of October. They might want to convince you that the residents want this project, but they know the score. They know the electorate will vote against the Rancho La Habra project as soon as they get the vote. Common sense should tell you what's going on. Make no mistake, and don't make the mistake of approving this project by going around your voters. As far as affordable housing, the commissioner questioned Lennar about changing. One of the commissioners on your commission questioned Lennar about changing the plan to include affordable housing. And I think we saw kind of a nice little jig. I don't think he really ever went back and answered that question. I think what he said was, this is the best plan for La Habra. But what he might really have been saying, this is the most profitable plan for Lennar. Everybody knows affordable housing is not a winner for builders. Don't let Lennar get away with giving a paltry $1 million to be used for affordable housing. If you pass this project now, the developer is the clear winner, and the city and the residents of La Habra are the clear losers. The few dollars you get in the form of public benefit or affordable housing money is nothing when compared to perhaps $100 million or more in profits Lennar is going to walk away with. They're stealing our way of life, and they're monetizing it, monetizing the value that's derived from it. They walk away, they never look back. Don't count on enforcing any warranties or reputation precedes them. Lennar gets the short-term profits for sure, and La Habra gets the long-term headaches of the overcrowding and deficits, which can only be solved by taxing its residents. We've all seen this happen before. Maybe you even moved here from a city that had these problems. Sure, we know La Habra has financial challenges ahead, like many other cities with pension liabilities. But the problem is not solved by a short-term fix of money that runs out in a year and starts to drain the city coffers. The city needs to think out of the box. They need to look for new inventive ways to generate more true long-term revenues. Rancho La Habra will not benefit the city residents, but it will hurt their lifestyles and their pocketbooks for years to come. Listen to your voters. They're giving you their answer. Rancho La Habra is not in their best interest. Thank you.
Mr. Lees, I'd like to thank you very much. I want you to know how much we appreciate your input, and we also appreciate the time and energy you placed into your comments. So once again, sir, thank you very much.
Sure.
Have a good night. And Veronica, next caller, please.
The next speaker will be, it's a phone number, I lost it. Sorry, hold on.
Okay. take your time.
562-743-1382. Speaker, if you will please spell your first and last name and where you are from, and make sure your microphone is unmuted.
Speaker, if you can hear us, go ahead. Speaker, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, now I do. Welcome.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Julie Lomelli, Julie, Lomelli, Lomeli. And my husband is with me and he wanted to say a few words. His name is Victor, Victor, same last name, Lomeli. And we sent email a few days ago. So I think you have that. And we addressed a lot of the things that people have addressed already, the traffic, that we don't want this in La Habra. But we've been here 30 years. And so we're very interested in giving our input. And we listened yesterday from 6:30 till 10:45 or whatever time the meeting was adjourned. And I just wanted to address two more things that were said in the meeting. And the developer talked about he had at least 7,000 supporters. And I just wanted to say I'm glad that one of the commissioners asked him about it and was asking to investigate it. But also I wanted to say that on social media, especially Facebook, they put a lot of ads that were very misleading. And I think I commented on probably all of the ones that I saw. And I also read all of the comments that everybody put. And I just want to say that there was not one positive comment on any of the social media that Lennar put out. And they never put out the name of their developer. They just kind of put some stuff out like we were going to get free parks, we're going to get better schools. And, it's just too good to be true. But people knew and people are aware of what's going on and people put negative comments. The other thing that I just wanted to say too was the developer talked about how we don't, as residents, we just don't want this in our neighborhood. Well, we don't want this in our neighborhood, but for good reason, not just because we don't want to be bothered. They have that new development, Valentia, which is very close to us because we live on Kearney Lane, which is very close to the Beach and Imperial intersection. And so when they tore down that, it was like a vagabond motel. I was glad because there was a lot of crime there. There was drugs and just a lot of shady people always hanging around. And so when they replaced that with a nice complex, I was happy. But it does have a high population, a high density of over 330 something apartment homes. So that is a big population that is added to this small area, including the radius of the new development. But the thing is, they replaced that seedy motel with something nice. Now we're talking about the golf course. We like the golf course. We don't want to replace the golf course. So that is not something that we are interested in. And so I want to pass it to my husband because he actually wanted to address the golf course, which we didn't really address in the email.
That is fine. Let me just say thank you for your comments. And may I ask David real quick, is there any issue with letting a second person who wasn't in their own queue speak? I don't think there would be, but I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing.
I think that's fine with the complications of the type of meeting we're running. I think that's sufficient. I
Right.
think that's the discretion of the chair to allow
Great.
that to happen.
All right. Thank you, David. Yes, Mr. Lomelli, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Victor. She stated my last name, Lomelli. Hi, like we said, we live west of Beach and south of Imperial. So talking about the traffic, the COVID situation, the traffic's pretty mild right now. But once everybody goes back to work, there's 3 lanes. The number 3 lane going eastbound on Imperial, everybody lines up there and nobody wants to get in that lane because for through traffic, pedestrians are walking, so that shuts that lane down because they got to wait for them to go through. So we want to make a left turn off of Imperial to Beach. There's 2 lanes left to go for thoroughfare. So what happens, those 2 lanes back up and we can't even get into the left. There's 2 left lanes to make a left on Beach. So we can't even get into that lane for 2 signals because the traffic is backed up so far. And what happens is we end up having to drive through the neighborhood, going down Brass Lantern and cross over Imperial to El Cajon to make our way to Lambert to get on to Lambert, then to get on Beach. So that's another traffic problem, as we say. As far as the golf course, I play at least once a week there, sometimes twice. I go to the range maybe 3 or 4 times. So I'm there about 4 to 5 times a week. And the builder had stated that probably these are national figures, that nobody's playing golf now. All the kids are on their iPads or playing games. But the demographics have changed here in our area. We have a lot of Koreans, a lot of Asians, and they love golf. That's all I see when I'm playing golf there. And when I go up to the range, all these young kids are playing, and it is packed. And especially with this COVID, during these bad times, this is a great place to play. I mean, we have a beautiful golf course. And so right now I see all the guys that are up there working. So they let me know, and they said, I can't even get a starting time sometimes in the morning because I used to go up there and just drive up there and get to play. But now I have to at least 3 days in advance so I can play, and I'm just a single playing. So they've told me it's even gotten busier and the prices have gone up a little bit. And so they're doing well. And, they say the national figures are down, but it is not there in La Habra here. The demographics have changed. We have the Yes Golf down here selling golf clubs. And then he said that the golfers don't utilize anything down here. I see golfers with golf hats, Chili's, Robbins, El Ranchito. But, people that play there do go down there and utilize the restaurants. We've moved here. We've been here for almost 31 years. So we've seen La Habra change completely. Where the Vons used to be, that was an old a strip mall, and it was all closed down except for the liquor store there. And they were tearing down the fashion mall there, the fashion street thing right there. And they were closing down the drive-in theater when we moved in. So we've seen the whole gamut of change, and you guys have done a great job. But you're at the point where it's tipping. You're going to make, those people that are calling in from Irvine and from Ventura, they got it all down. They're pretty close to the beach. This is the city of La Habra. We came here because there's a reason. And you guys done a good job. But I think you're tipping the point now where you're going to not make it the nice place, and maybe we'll have to move if you guys change it. But it's a beautiful golf course. It's a great green belt. When you play there in the winter and the summer, and man, what the views and everything from up there, and it is gorgeous. I've seen people. I talked to people from LA. I had this one guy. He was a Korean. He owned some warehouses in Commerce, and he moved from Hollywood to La Mirada. And I've met guys, Korean dentists, and work in Koreatown. They come out here and play golf. And there are all these Korean restaurants. The demographics has changed, and it's going to change even more. And if you guys get rid of this, that'd be sad for those people because they love golf. I mean, the women, there's so many women that are playing golf there. It's amazing. So, you guys, right now we're talking about, the retail and the commercial. Everything is changing, like with Amazon and stuff like that. So we have quite a bit of retail. So who knows? And you guys have done a good job changing some of the retail areas into housing or condos or whatever. And it's going to probably keep on going that way. So just keep that up. But I think the more residents you get here, they're going to have an outlet to do something, and that's a great outlet. So just don't make this terrible mistake for our future. I just thank everybody on the board, and just there's just not that many people against it. Everybody's against it, not that many people for it. So for them to build the homes. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Lamelli, thank you very much for all your input. Greatly appreciated. All right, Veronica, whenever you're ready, next speaker.
Okay. Let's see. The next speaker will be phone number 562-697-1186. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure that your microphone is unmuted, please.
Hi, my name's Angela, Angela Caldera, CALD as in David, ERA. I'm a resident of La Habra. I live on Ryan Avenue. And I moved here about 31 years ago to escape a city that was high density, no parking, traffic. And the only open space in that city was the golf course. They developed the golf course, made it into I think they have a hotel there now, banquet rooms, but they retained the golf course and the open space. And I just want to comment that Mr. Lee's comments, all of them hit home with me. He's spot on. But I love nature. I love openness. That's why I loved moving to La Habra. And I believe that Lennar did a lot of fear mongering last night. I heard the comments. And I really view this decision by you, the commission, as a very serious one. I view it, if this project is approved, it's like a Band-Aid to an ongoing problem, because the problems that face our city and really all the other cities in California, they're the same. Everybody's got a monetary shortfall. But once that land is gone, it's gone forever. And I researched a bit today about the state mandate about this required housing. And it was, and I know the gentleman from Lennar, he was pushing that, again, using scare tactics. You're the planning commission. It's your job to hunt around and look for spaces to develop. But to take away the last open ground, earth, such a big space in the middle of La Habra, I mean, I actually feel that's a sacrilege. It's desecrating the land. It's already been desecrated by the oil company. But to do this on top of that, people need to see open spaces. People in the inner cities in Los Angeles, they rush to go to the ocean. They rush to go to the mountains. Why? Because there's nothing in their city. And I just believe it's very short-sighted to think that this is going to be the answer to the problems. No, this is just going to be the beginning of problems. Because I heard that number of over 1,800 more homes need to be built because of the state mandate. So what do you think is going to happen in those 10 years? Everything's going to be worse. Traffic, pollution, it's going to be a mess. You have an obligation. You have an opportunity right now to keep this land open. So many other things, beneficial, positive things can be done with this land to improve the community, to improve the lives of residents. Don't put more houses there. That would just really be wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Caldera. We appreciate it very much. Thank you for taking the time. Veronica, next speaker, please.
Okay, the next one will be phone number 951-847-1673. If you can please spell your first and last name and where you are from, and make sure your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, how are you? My name's Robert Medrano, R-O-B-E-R-T,
Hi, Mr. Medrano.
M-E-D-R-A-N-O. How are you? First
Good.
of all, let me just say I do not live in the city of La Habra. I'm actually your neighbor here in East Whittier, Friendly Hills area. I wanted to speak because I have a lot of friends in La Habra, and actually all of us here in Friendly Hills, Whittier, and La Mirada are actually talking about it too. Let me first start off by saying to the Planning Commission, you guys have a very difficult job. Commending you guys for going through these past two meetings. I've been listening to them, and you guys need to be commended. Well, I'm going to tell you something from a selfish perspective. I have lived here in the area for a long time. I have a lot of family, like I said, in La Habra and in the area. We do probably 80% of our shopping in La Habra. I could tell you my wife spends a lot of money at Costco, Northgate, Walmart, and I spend a lot of money at your Lowe's. And I tell my wife all the time, I say, man, I wish we had those big anchor stores over here in Whittier. We don't. We travel to La Habra. One of the biggest topics that comes up in our households and whenever we talk with our neighbors here is the traffic. And when we found out about this project, we said, holy smokes, we really need our stores over here on our side of town, because honestly, before COVID, the traffic was horrendous. And I can't imagine what it would be adding 450 more homes, especially knowing that the statistics of having, on average, 2 cars per household, that's almost 1,000 cars added, you know. More so than that, and again, I'm talking on a very envious level because I wish I had the venues that you guys had in your town. But the average household in the state of California spends about $1,000 on groceries, if not more. You're talking about 10,000 or more households in the city of Whittier and La Mirada, and that's being extremely, extremely conservative. It's more than that. But I'm just going to put it to you in perspective. 10,000 households on the east end of Whittier, Friendly Hills, La Mirada. We spent $1,000 of our dollars in that city. Multiply that in a year. That's over $100,000 worth of commerce coming to your city. Now I can tell you, there's been times where I tell my wife, I do not want to go over there because of traffic. I'll go over here. You guys build those homes over there? I'll tell you this, it's going to hurt you more than it helps you. Secondary, I don't really like the position of developing on open land like that. I know even in our town, we had our fight with people wanting to drill oil wells here in my beautiful Whittier Hills. I can tell you that was shot down, and it will continue to get shot down because people don't want it. They just don't want it. And I'm going to be completely honest with you and transparent. Again, everyone who wants that project is either affiliated with the developer, is a special interest, or are several residents who have some sort of interest. And I can tell you, again, if you give me the Costco over here, you give me your Walmart, put it on our side of town, we'll take it. But you guys are hurting yourselves by creating all that traffic, that congestion. And I really feel bad for you guys. But on that note, thank you once again, Commission. You guys have a difficult decision. But I can tell you 110% that the majority, if not all residents, do not want that project. And you're losing out on a lot of people in La Mirada, Whittier, and the Whittier County area. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. Most appreciated. Thank you for your time. Veronica, next caller, please.
Next caller will be phone number 310-251-7292. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from, and make sure your microphone is unmuted.
Speaker, can you hear me? Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Well, I'm inclined to give everybody just a couple extra seconds because I know some folks had a hard time hitting the unmute.
Hello?
Yes, there we go. Yes, speaker, you're on. You're on live.
Oh, good Lord, I'm eating. She didn't say my name. She just said color or something or other.
Well, now you need to
So
spell your first and last name for us.
I apologize. This is Julie Edwards, and I live at 528, oh, Julie Edwards.
Thank you.
And I live at 528 South Walnut. And I waited all night last night. It got too late, so I'm back here. I just wanted to get in my citizen vote that I am opposed to this. All the reasons that I am opposed have been eloquently stated by other people, but it would be primarily probably the increased traffic. I feel like I lived in La Habra and La Habra Heights all my life, and so I've seen the increase in traffic on our arterial roads like Lambert and Harbor, Imperial, and now I live on Walnut, which shouldn't be an arterial road, but got heavy enough to warrant putting in the speed bumps. So traffic would be one objection. I'm concerned about our city resources, fire department and police. When we need police over here, because we do in our neighborhood quite frequently, a lot of times we're told there are not enough available, and they'll get here when they can. So to add more residences seems that I don't know that there's any guarantee that will increase the budget for police and fire. Also, I'm old enough to remember when that area was all oil, what are they called? Little dairies, little pumps. I thought when I was a little kid, I thought they were little galloping horses, So I know that that is contaminated area. It's probably not safe. I'm not excited about them. I'm concerned for the residents that live closest in the already existing Westridge, and then I'm concerned for all of us just to dig up that air and possibly pollute water supply. And it's just, I just think it's a really bad idea. And then lastly, that's it. I just think you're trading, La Habra is not giant, 7.5 square miles. I think we have enough crammed into it. And I think a lot of people that live here, that have lived here for a long time, stay because of the small community atmosphere. And I think you would be risking that and trading that quality of life for the people that live here, for profit, and also from a developer that, from all the stories I've heard, doesn't really give a hoot about our quality of life. So that's all. I just wanted to get my 2 cents in there. So that's my 2 cents.
All right, Ms. Edwards, thank you very much. We much appreciate your participation. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye.
Next caller, please.
Next caller will be phone number 310-251-7292. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure that your microphone is unmuted before speaking to the commission.
Hello, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, yes, we can. Yes.
My name is Randy Hetrick. I'm a 30-year resident of La Habra, and I too was on.
I'm sorry, Ms. Tetrick, is it? Can you spell that for us real quick?
Yeah.
Your name?
Randy, R-A-N-D-I, Hetrick, H-E-T-R-I-C-K.
Thank you.
I was on the call last night too, from 6:30 to 10:45. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. And I appreciate that this was held over today. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but I agree with many of the comments. I live directly off of Beach Boulevard on Toledo, and I mean, the traffic is incredible. It's incredible. I was already really unhappy when Costco went in, and this is just beyond insult to injury. I mean, it's so hard to navigate those intersections already. So that's a huge issue. But the two bigger issues than that, are equally compelling issues, are you have to change the zoning. This was zoned as open space. Open space. And, you know, as many other callers have commented, I mean, this is a small city. Look at these around us. They all have more parks than we do. I mean, all of them. We don't have much open space. I understand it's a golf course, not a park, but nevertheless, it is a lovely open space. And I think it really raises, I don't know, uplifts La Habra. I mean, sometimes La Habra is kind of the, I don't know, the less desirable city of North Orange County, but Westridge really helps ameliorate that. Also, even though I haven't heard a lot of comments about this, I think it's very unfair to the people who bought those homes thinking there was going to be a golf course there. And now there's going to be 450 houses instead. There's something, you know, they've really been hoodwinked, and that's there's something really unfair about changing that zoning and doing that to them. And all the reasons that have been enumerated, you know, the construction, the contaminated soil, the strain on city resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's enough for me. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening.
Ms. Hetrick, thank you very much for your contribution. We appreciate that. And next speaker, please. How are we looking, Veronica? Do we have Veronica on the line?
It looks like Veronica is muted right now.
Sorry, apologies. My microphone was muted.
No problem. Anytime you're ready. Next one up.
The phone number is 714-404-4768. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is unmuted.
Go ahead, speaker. If you can hear me, you're on.
Hello,
Yes, you're on.
am I on?
You are indeed.
Okay, my name is Jody Wickersham, JodyWickersham.
Thank you.
I've lived in La Habra, this is painful to say, for 58 years. So of course, I've watched La Habra turn from a very, very small community into a metropolis, of which I've never been real happy with. As kids, we lived right off of Lambert, and I could get on my horse and ride Lambert to Whittier Boulevard to Cypress, go up North Cypress, west, you know, on over the hill, and go all the way to Rose Hills. I can't even, I would no more ride my horse right now on any street that's connected to La Habra. The traffic is astronomical. It's beyond, there are more traffic accidents. I watch people every day run red lights. I watch them ride on the wrong side of the road down the median on Whittier Boulevard. It's dangerous. You've made La Habra dangerous. And it's also, I need to represent the animals of this situation. There are laws that have required the city of Fullerton or city of La Habra not to be able to touch any mammal within the city limits. So I have a skunk problem. I live trap the skunk, call the city, and the city reminds me that they not only can find me, but I have to turn it loose back into my yard so that my Dachshunds hounds now can rip it apart. And I find it just appalling that 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I drive down the street and there are 3 coyotes walking down my street. 2 months ago, I picked up my cat's head out of the gutter. That's all that they left for me. There has been a multitude of small animal deaths from the coyotes. They get in they're in the backyards of people's homes. There's no place left for these animals to go. And you can't relocate them. I've talked to animal control. They cannot take an animal out of the city of La Habra and locate it anyplace else. So if they were able to relocate them, they just have to relocate them in somebody else's neighborhood and they'd have to deal with the problem. So basically our animal control would be doing nothing the rest of their lives but relocating animals. There's no place for these animals to go. You know, my personal opinion is to postpone this project until we can meet person to person with Lennar and the proposals can be carried out in person instead of on Zoom. There's a lot of people in La Habra that don't have access to this, that don't know how to use it. I didn't know how to use it. I had to get my neighbor across the street to help me with it. I just don't think there's been enough input to allow Lennar to just come in and wipe out what little bit of land we have left. We don't have that much left. And what we do have, we should be appreciative and take care of it, not letting Lennar come in and undermine and buy it out from underneath of us. Don't let the city allow them to do that with their money and with their input and everything else that they've come in with. They don't need La Habra and we don't need Lennar. We're doing just fine without it. We've got big anchors. We've got all the building down there on Harbor Boulevard in Lambert. We have so much traffic right now that I can't imagine adding 400 and some cars more. You take and line up 400 cars from wherever La Habra's property line is, one end to the other, and you're going to be out of La Habra. You can't do this to us. We've lived here too long, and I've seen this. I've just watched La Habra go downhill. And I just think that truly, if Lennar gets in here and builds anymore, I'm moving because I didn't move here to be pushed around by a building company that's really doesn't need to be in our city. And that's all I have to say.
Well, Ms. Wickersham, I want to thank you very much. We definitely appreciate you being here and speaking with us tonight. Thanks. Take one quick second. Veronica, just out of sheer curiosity, I'd like to check maybe on an hourly basis. I think the queue, as far as you can see, is accurate. And what's the standing?
There are 6 people waiting to address the commission at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. And next caller when you're ready.
And next we will hear from Laura Rodriguez. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Unmute your microphone and turn on your camera before you address the commission.
Hi, Laura Rodriguez, LauraRodriguez. I can't turn on my video. Oh, wait. Yes, I can.
All right.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to voice my concern and my opinion. I've been living in La Habra for 20-something years. I was actually living in LA County, super congested, super, no, not a lot of parks available. Came to La Habra, really enjoyed the ability of being able to walk to school, and obviously the neighbors. The neighbors have become family. I live at 718 West 4th Avenue. People know it as El Campo. It's where all the migrant workers used to live in the 1930s. My front neighbor, Tony Gonzalez, is 100 years old, was born and raised in that house. So I was very disappointed, and it was very offensive to me that yesterday in the presentation with Lennar, he mentioned that he was coming to build a community. I'm sorry, we have a community. We have a corn festival. We have churches. I also attend OLG, Our Lady of Guadalupe, on La Habra Boulevard. They are very supportive. They give to the community. During the COVID time, they're giving out food for the people that need food. Their school had to close down during COVID. So, I mean, bringing in more buildings is not going to assure us that we're going to have more children in those schools. Parents are going to be spending more money on paying their mortgages, paying those HOAs expensive. I'm living at home because I cannot afford to live in La Habra and buy my own home on my own as a single responsible working woman. I would need a second income in order to afford any of the homes in or around my area. And like I said, we're very close with our neighbors. We also have some duplex across the street that are renters. We are a community. We are a community that cares about our city. It's not that we don't want other people to come into our community. It's that we don't want to increase the traffic, and we don't want a company to come in and tell us that we need to build a better community when we already have that. We already have that. We already have, people in the community that are volunteering for things, that are helping each other out during good times and bad. So it was very disappointing to hear that, and that there wasn't any concern. It didn't seem like he was concerned, or the company didn't seem like they were concerned about what the property was before that they had, with Chevron being in that area. I do remember that. I'm not that young, but I do remember that being an open area. And I do remember, seeing the hills and being able to enjoy a drive through our city. I mean, I love driving up and down Hacienda Heights just because it makes me feel like I'm in a different place. So if we keep building more homes and we keep destroying what we have and that golf course, we're just gonna make it more unlikely for people to want to spend time here or shop in our shopping centers. And that's money coming out of our city. So I just wanted to voice that, we are a community. I care about my community, and I really hope that you guys take this into account, and that we can boot them out and not let them come in and build those homes on there. We are a community. We're all in this together, and we just want La Habra to go back to its roots, go back to, the old style of everyone is together, everyone is supportive. That's it. That's all we want. We just want La Habra to be the old La Habra.
All All right, well, Ms. Rodriguez, thank you very much for that. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for joining us tonight. Have a good night. Next caller, please.
Okay, the next speaker, you are unmuted. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear? Can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay.
Yes.
Hi. Again,
Hi.
thank you for giving us an opportunity. My name is Pankaj Mehta. Let me spell it out. P as in Paul, ANKAJ. Last name MEHTA. I live on 1841 Damaret Court in La Habra. I have lived in this area for last 27 years. And Mr. Nagsarian, I appreciate you as a commissioner and also all the elected official of the city. And as a part of elected official and employee of the city, it does become a duty to do some progressive work for the city. And when some company or some business come along and provide that, I guess, a proposal, a rosy proposal that makes look like, okay, maybe that this will make our job easier to show that we are doing something for the citizen that has selected us as official. But then there is a right way to see those proposals, and there is not so right way to consider those proposals. We all heard very emotional, I guess, plead from the citizen of La Habra, as well as people from the neighborhood, adjoining cities of La Habra. And also, James Lees really point by point kind of gave the summary, or I guess, what are the things that are wrong in the proposal that has been provided by the developer. I really would like, city official to consider, this truly a plea from the citizen of the La Habra, and not make this as a commercial decision. And as I said, yeah, I mean, as a elected official, you do want to show that you are doing something for the citizen, but let's dig deep through and make the right decision. And I'm hoping that this hearing, that is not just a formality to do a check mark to say, yeah, we did allow, 10, 100, 1,000 citizens to let openly speak, but we are going to do the way we think is that we already considered that's the right thing to do for the city. I hope that is the decision has not been made, and we need to also look at the transparency that developer is. The reason why they are expediting the process of development and getting the approval. We also, those are the things we need to really look at from the point of saying what is the really hidden motive behind it, and why the citizen of La Habra is really opposing in the ratio of 10-1, as Mr. James Lee pointed out. So with that, I'll conclude my 2 cents here. And I really appreciate the hard work city officials are doing. And I'm hoping that the decision will be made appropriately, that really raises, that really synchronizes with the citizen of La Habra.
And Ms. Mejia, thank you very much for sharing all that with us. We definitely appreciate it. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you.
And next speaker, please.
Okay. Next speaker will be Darna M. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. please make sure your microphone is turned on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Good evening. My name is Darna Magpayo. That's D-A-R-N-A. The last name is Magpayo, M-A-G-P-A-Y-O. And I was a resident of La Habra and have lived in this area for 44 years. And first of all, I want to say I missed the meeting yesterday because I wasn't able to join the Zoom meeting. I'm not really familiar with Zoom, and I wonder how many other people aren't either. So I missed a little bit. So I hope I'm not repeating stuff, but I'm here tonight because I am deeply concerned and have several questions about the Rancho La Habra project. And because of time constraints, I'll just ask one for tonight. Why would it be in the best interest of the city of La Habra to continue with the Rancho La Habra project?
Mrs. Magpayo, I appreciate the question, but unfortunately, we can't answer questions during the public hearing commentary. The idea is what we really want to hear is how you feel about the project. So I'm afraid we can't do the Q&A thing, but we're very interested in hearing what you have to say.
Okay. So people wishing to learn about our city can get information in La Habra's public website. And it says there that we need to protect our plants, adapt to our changing environment, and make choices that benefit us all and preserve our future. And that's a good statement for our city. And if this is part of La Habra's mission statement, it's one that we can all embrace and support and defend. And I believe that rezoning the current public open space that is Westridge Golf Course is not aligned with that statement. And said differently, the current zoning as a recreational area brings the residents joy, and it enhances the quality of life. It protects the plants, and frankly, is just physically beautiful. And I truly believe that it's a point of pride for the citizens of La Habra. And those are all points that are consistent with the city statement that I earlier referenced. I'm concerned about the following points in the EIR that was sent out, because it stated stuff like the loss of a major open space resource will degrade the existing visual character of the site. Traffic will be significant and unavoidable, and the city will have no authority to implement the recommended traffic improvements. The project is inconsistent with the air quality management plan for the South Coast Air Basin. And the greenhouse gas emissions will increase the SCAQMD screening threshold by more than 3,000 MTCO2s per year. I also communicated with the Director's Office of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and based on the information they provided, I'm questioning if the proposed project potentially violates the current deed restriction under the previous La Habra Hills specific plan. Importantly, the office informed me that the department shares our concerns regarding the impacts to the flora and fauna at Westridge Golf Course if the project moves forward as described in the draft environmental impact report. I cannot understand why the City Council would vote to rezone this area, knowing that it is not beneficial to our beautiful city. The last large open space should not be destroyed. Although the golf course is privately owned, it is used and enjoyed by many. Local high schools practice there and have tournaments there, and the golf course is busy with players and tournaments, and the driving range is always busy. There's also statements that are made by the builder saying things like, the question about the future of the Westridge Golf Course has already been decided. And that makes me a little nervous because I don't know how they can say that it's already been decided. When they built the current La Habra Hills specific, when they built West Hills and Westridge in the La Habra Hills specific plan, and they tore down all that open space that was up there and built those houses there. In the La Habra Hills specific plan, I thought that the golf course and the trails were supposed to be promised as open spaces. And the trails that are there, I can't even remember when they've been opened or maintained. They've been locked and inaccessible. And if they're saying that they're promising parks and other trails, again, how do we know that they're going to keep those promises? And the golf course was supposed to be zoned as a golf course as an exchange for building West Hills and Westridge. At least that's what I had thought. So if they rezone it to a golf course, I just don't think that that's right. I hope that the city listens to the pleas of their citizens. I know there are residents that are unable to comment on their opinions as they feel it is hopeless, or English is not their first language, or they just can't access the Zoom meeting because they don't have a computer or what have you, or they just don't know how to get on like I was having trouble with. So please hear us and follow what your own website says and make a choice that will benefit us all and preserve our future. And I thank you for listening and thank you for your public service.
Ms. Magpayo, we thank you for participating and for joining us tonight. Thanks again very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And next speaker, please.
Okay, next we will hear from John Scotty. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. I will mute you, make sure your microphone is on, and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, I am not John, but I am his
No,
wife.
you're not.
I'm his wife, Cindy Scotty. It's Cyndy, and it is Scotti is the last name. I live on Floyd Court in La Habra. I've been a resident of La Habra for 21 years. Prior to that, we lived in West Los Angeles, left West Los Angeles because of traffic. Came out here to this sweet little community, which I have to say an amen to Laura Rodriguez, because it really is a wonderful community here. And we have a lot of wonderful friends here. I was not able to get online last night, so forgive me if I'm repeating anything. Obviously, traffic, I'm sure, was addressed. But something really interesting to me, somebody brought up toxins in the soil. If these earth movers come in and start tearing up the soil beneath us, because I do live in Westridge. I have to say, within a year of purchasing our property here, we were one of the first homeowners in this community, Westridge. I was diagnosed with lupus, which is an autoimmune disease. On my one street alone, 2 more people were diagnosed with autoimmune diseases. So I have a question there about the environmental soil. There might be something to that. There may be more people in our community that are dealing with the same issues that I'm dealing with. So just a question. Also, I don't know if you spoke about the integrity of the soil. I know our next door neighbor who moved in right after we did, they wanted to put a pool in, and they could only designate their pool to one area of their property because they were on a capped oil well. So I'm assuming that the property below where the golf course is, I'm sure there are more capped oil wells down there. So just a couple of things, concerns that I wanted to bring up, and thank you for what you all are doing. Really appreciate you listening to all of us. It means a lot. Obviously, we have a lot of concerned citizens here. We love our city, and we need open space now more than ever. So really appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Ms. Scotty, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you made it on tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And next speaker, please.
Okay, we will now hear from Vonnie Scott. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. I will unmute you. Make sure your microphone is on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Hi, my name is Cliff Schellinger. That's spelled CLIFF-SCHELLENGER. My wife and I live in the Country Hills West neighborhood, just west of this property in question. So many people tonight have spoken very eloquently about La Habra and all of the things that make La Habra special, and I won't talk about those. But I know, one of the things I can't stress enough, the traffic issue. We go a lot, we drive a lot south and west of here, and our traffic app always tells us to go over to Beach Boulevard and then get on Beach Boulevard and go down. And just to get from my house to the corner of Beach and Imperial to turn on Beach takes at least 10 minutes, sometimes 15. And it's ridiculous. And, you could say the city of La Habra's traffic programming is horrible or whatever we want, but it's a very dense area. This is going to make that 20 times worse. And the other concern I have is we live just north or south of Sandalwood Drive. Sandalwood Drive has a school on it. Sandalwood Drive will become a major thoroughfare east and west from this neighborhood because nobody's going to want to get on Imperial Highway because of the traffic. There's a school on that on Sandalwood Drive. It's going to end up having to be a 4 or 6 lane road to handle this traffic. And then there's always traffic there when school, people are dropping their kids off and picking them up. And then the soccer field is down there and there's always cars on Sandalwood for the soccer. And that whole area is going to be just a mess because of all the people trying to avoid Imperial Highway to go east from that neighborhood. Second thing is, there's that Walmart there on Imperial and Beach. That place is crazy now. And, we try to avoid that like the plague because it's crazy to try to get in there, find a parking space. Like it takes 15 minutes. We can drive to places in Brea quicker than we can get there and it's less crowded. So, to think that the revenue, the tax revenue is going to increase because nobody's going to want to fight that Walmart area any more than they have to now. Like people in Whittier and La Mirada were saying, they come over here because that's the closest Walmart. Well, they're not going to do that anymore. The third thing someone mentioned earlier about the displacement of wildlife, we regularly see coyotes and we're fighting a rat problem in our backyard right now because, rats are just wildlife is getting displaced. This is going to make that a lot worse. We regularly see coyotes in our neighborhood and they're not going to just disappear. They're going to go somewhere else and they're going to come to the surrounding area, especially during construction. And, I wonder about the water, is there enough water in this area to support that? And from a purely selfish standpoint, I wonder what it's going to do to our property values. If our property values go down, our property taxes aren't going to go down. And so, what's that going to do to the property values of the surrounding neighborhoods for those, for the La Habra residents? I can't imagine it's going to help because supply is all of a sudden going to go up by 450 homes or whatever it is. So, I just think that there's a lot of negatives to this. It's a beautiful area over there. I see people walking over there all the time. I walk over by there all the time. And it's just going to be a traffic nightmare and it's going to be solid homes. And I think one of the things that this COVID outbreak has taught us is the more densely populated people get, the worse things like COVID-19 are. And that's why New York was so bad. That's why LA is so bad. And, you know, now we're wanting to make La Habra even more dense so it can be bad. And, you know, this COVID thing, you know, the COVID may go away, but there's going to be another one behind it down the road. And the more dense it becomes and the more everybody has to rely on public transportation and things like that because the traffic is so bad, it's just going to make it worse. So those are my opinions, and thanks for having us, and thanks for allowing us to voice our opinions on this.
No, thank you, Mr. Scallinger. We very much appreciate your contributions. Thanks again. Have a good night, sir. And next caller, please.
Next, we will hear from Shelley Yu. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is turned on and your camera before addressing the commission.
Hi, my name is Shelley Yu, and my apologies right now, my video is not working. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine, not a problem.
Perfect. I did just want to go on record as a citizen of La Habra in my opposition for this project. Various people have, prior to me have, you know, eloquently spoke on all the reasons why this is a negative project. I personally did want to comment that I live right on, forgive me, I will spell my name too. My name is Shelley, that's S-H-E-L-L-E-Y. Last name is spelled Y-O-O. I live on 331 Sandalwood. So I am directly near the impacted area where I wanted to comment. The gentleman before me had my comment exactly, that Sandalwood will now become a major street. And if anyone has ever driven there with the school starting, with that one stop sign right there after Sandalwood, when you turn, it is backed up the entire way. So I live right here. I deal with that traffic every single day just to get to Idaho, to get out on to make it into La Habra. So the traffic is very concerning. I just wanted to say that for the record. I also did want to note that I did, as a resident of La Habra, feel very disrespected from Lennar. Their presentation yesterday, it was just very condescending, bringing in community like the lady spoke about and prior, and basically treating our concerns as if it didn't really matter and we didn't know what was best for our city. So as elected commission officials, I do appreciate your time in hearing every single resident, you know, for their opinion. And I do also have a plea for the open space. I think is one of the things that makes La Habra very great. Lived here my entire life. I'm 41 years old, and there is no other place like this that has open space where you can drive and just see some beauty. And, you know, taking that away, we will dissolve right into the background of every other city here in Orange County. I did also have a letter from one of my concerned senior citizen neighbors that I'd like to read, if that was okay. Her name is Bella Tan, and she lives at 1240 Rain Tree Drive. She's 84 years old. And this is her letter that she sent to me, and I'm reading it on her on behalf. She says, "Hello, I'm sending this message to all the planning commissioners and city council. I happen to be one of the unhappy taxpayers in this community. I moved here a few years ago, and one of the deciding factors of me buying a home here in the community is the fact that I found this place to be peaceful. It is not too crowded. It is a suburban way of life. I do like the idea of open lands and open spaces with lots of trees and palms and green scenery instead of tall, big homes. It is just a nice city. It has a hint of a tropical atmosphere. We, the people that live around here, enjoy a lot of fresh air, even in our own backyards. I only cited a few good reasons for having open land and open space, not to mention the health benefits of breathing fresh air into your lungs instead of smoke and smog coming out of more cars and polluting the air. The city of La Habra are only thinking of one thing, money. For once, please and try to hear the voices of your people in the community. That is much appreciated. Please don't build the proposed enormous amount of homes, and please save the open lands and open space for the humanly cause. And this is from Bella Tan. She lives on 1240 Rain Tree Drive. She's 84 years old. I'm doing her assistance in reading this. She did not have an internet. Once again, my name is Shelley Yu, and I just wanted to voice my opinion in just for, not to not approve this project. My apologies. My children over here are trying to get on this call as well. But yes, traffic is the main concern. The environmental impacts are very concerning. And the company I work for develops new projects. We put together our own EIRs, and anytime there's any type of backing from like the California Fish and Game and Wildlife, like it just seems very, I would like to remind the Planning Commission to really look at these letters from these people, because everybody, they're endangered species and the floral and the environment out there. And we need to take that into account, because in the future, it's only going to get more accountable for the cities to be, less greenhouse gas emissions and all that good stuff. So thank you for hearing my comment. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me read Bella Tan's letter. I appreciate your time. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yu. We appreciate it. Thank you for your contribution. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I see it's now 8:02. We've been going at it for about a little over 90 minutes now. This is an excellent time to take a quick health break. We will stand in recess for 10 minutes, and I will reconvene the meeting at 8:12. Again, you will not be booted off, and anybody on staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can just let the screen sit right where it is on whatever device you're using, and we'll be back at 8:12. And thank you very much.
Veronica. Both. I would like
All right, we're about to restart. Let me do a quick roll call. Do we have Commissioner Bernier?
I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Commissioner Powell?
Here. I'm here.
Do we have Commissioner Munoz?
Here.
And Vice Chair Manley?
I am here.
Great, thank you very much. Andrew, are you there?
I am here.
And Veronica is ready to roll?
Yes, sir.
I will now call the meeting back to order. We are currently hearing from those in opposition to the proposed project. And before we begin, Veronica, could you take a quick look and again, update us on the status of the queue?
There are currently 8 people on hold waiting to address the commission.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Danny Cardenas. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. I am unmuting you. Please make sure your microphone is on. And if you have a camera, turn it on before addressing the commission.
Hi, my name is Danny Cardenas, D-A-N-I, Cardenas, C-A-R-D-E-N-A-S. I live right behind, I'm on Dexford Drive behind Costco. So I strongly oppose to this project for a couple of reasons. So first of all, I want to point out once again that the people that were in favor of this were only 2 people living in the harbor, and the rest for surrounding areas or even as far as Oxnard. So I don't believe what they're saying. And second of all, I like to praise Michelle on making all those great points yesterday. Great questions, by the way. And third of all, I'm a parent, and the reason why I decided to raise my family here was because of the small city town atmosphere that La Habra gave to us. Now I'm really concerned as to how this is going to impact the school system. I have 3 little ones, and they're already attending school, and right now they're attending El Portal. And El Portal already, you could see how it's located in a small street. And when you go pick up your kids, already it takes about 30 minutes to even drop off and pick up. And I bet you that traffic is going to build all the way to Beach Street. So I'm really concerned about all the schools, because the school system or the schools have been built like what, 1940s. So they're small schools. It's not going to be sustainable to have all those kids. There's not going to be that many schools. And as a parent, I am concerned about this whole park that they're trying to sell to build, that's going to be built in this area, in this toxic area. There is no way that I would have my kids play in this exposed area of oil deposit. There's no way I want my kids exposed to any chemicals whatsoever. And the other point I would like to make is how this is going to impact the police department, the fire department. Just like back in March, we attended a meeting where one of the detectives did disclose that he also acknowledged that there's limited manpower. So how it's really going to impact them with resources. And last, one of the other points I want to make is that in the last few years, we have already built enough in La Habra. There's more traffic now, there's more homes. I don't see a need to build any more homes in La Habra. That's just my opinion. There's already enough traffic going on, like I said. This is only going to add to the pollution in our air. And everybody knows there's more pollution, there's going to be more respiratory problems in our area. I mean, the reason why we chose La Habra is because it is a kind of away from freeways. And now adding that to it, we're exposing our kids to more toxic, more pollution. And I don't want that for my kids. And so I'm really concerned, and I highly, highly, strongly opposed to this project. I would feel that a lot of parents also feel this way as well. That's just my opinion. I would like to thank everybody for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Venus. We appreciate your time as well. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Next speaker, I have unmuted you. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker.
Yes, hi. My name is Edith Castillo, and for whatever reason, I'm unable to, let's see, for whatever reason, I'm not able to turn my video camera on, so I apologize for that.
That's okay, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Again, my name is Edith Castillo. Spelling it for the record is Edith. Last name Castillo, Castillo. Much like Laura Rodriguez, I also live in the camp and am proud to live here. I've lived all over the United States, in Washington, D.C., in Detroit, Michigan. I've lived internationally, and I chose to come back to California and raise my family here in the camp. And so I'm very proud to live here. I'm very proud of the city of La Habra. I do have to say, though, that I was dismayed yesterday by Andrew Han's baseless accusations of NIMBYism. His comments were patronizing and condescending, and he completely underestimated the sophistication and intelligence of La Habra residents. His comments, I felt, were threatening, and I also felt that he really does not get a sense of what this community is about. And I find that ironic in many ways, because Lennar, for the past year or almost 2 years, has been doing intensive work attending various community meetings. He's gone to the La Habra, or I don't know that Andrew himself has, but I know Lennar has gone to the La Habra Collaborative, for example, the board meeting and the community at large meeting, and have made presentations. There's been multiple presentations that Lennar has made to this community, and yet, despite all of this intensive work, laborious work to get the community on board, they were unable to find people to come and speak in support of the project. They were able to get people from Oxnard to come, no problem. Kenneth Stahl from Irvine, but yet La Habra residents are deeply in opposition of this project. I understand why. I'm also not against development. I understand development happens in cities. What I'm opposed to is the fact that the city of La Habra continues to shortchange its residents. You accept peanuts on behalf of our residents. We should be getting a robust community benefits funds from Lennar and from any developer who comes and wants to develop in La Habra. I went to city council and I opposed a project on Monte Vista, and we got peanuts for that one too. reduce parking, reduce affordable units. It's not fair to the city, the citizens of La Habra, that you continue to shortchange this community. And when people are thanking you for listening to our concerns, I understand you as the city commission, the planning commission, are not elected officials. You're appointed officials, and I appreciate the work that you're doing, but you also work for us. And so I'm grateful that you're willing to listen to our concerns, but that is your job. And I do appreciate that Michelle Bernier was so incredibly prepared and asked the right questions. I really felt that her participation in this planning commission meeting and in this hearing, she asked the question. She's representing the community, and I really do appreciate that. But again, I do not support this project. I don't think that shortchanging this community is fair to this community. I think that there are many, many red flags that you can see, whether it's from environmental impacts, whether it's increased pollution and traffic. Joe Faust made some excellent points yesterday about mitigation and the fact that we just don't have the funds to mitigate traffic. I think all of those things really need to be looked at. And I think that even I worked in Detroit, I worked on brownfield sites. I know what happens 20 years after you build on a brownfield or on a Superfund site. You start seeing clusters of cancer come up. And so I'm just saying that, again, do not shortchange this community. This community has suffered enough. You cannot build and build and build without having proper mitigation strategies in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. We appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker will be Amy Williams. Please spell your first and last name and where you are calling from. Make sure your microphone is on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Hi, my name's Amy Williams, spelled AMYWILLIAMS.
Thank you.
So we heard from a lot of people who had lived in La Habra for many, many years, and I think their opinions are definitely valid. So I guess my perspective is one from a somewhat new La Habra resident. I moved to La Habra about 3 years ago. I've been married for 1 year, so we're a younger couple, and the reason we moved to La Habra is because it was a more community-oriented area. I was a really big fan of how there was a lot of open space. La Habra High School actually has like an agriculture program, which I think is awesome. Not a lot of Orange County high schools have that sort of program, and it's something that has kind of fallen off the books for Orange County cities in general. I think this project in general is something that puts La Habra in the wrong direction. So I think it kind of puts La Habra in a more city-oriented, congested, crowded, just civic, overcrowded mindset in general, when La Habra is supposed to be a more open farm community kind of thing, and which is why I moved here. So I think a lot of people touched on great reasons why not to move forward with this project that I agree with. And we were interested in staying in the area for the long haul, but if things become congested and crowded like other areas of LA, we'll think otherwise. But that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We appreciate those 2 cents. Have a good night. And next speaker, please.
Next, we will hear from T. Blaine. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is unmuted and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker.
Hi, I'm trying to turn on my camera right now. My name is Tom Blaine. I live on 1800 South Watson in La Habra. I've been a La Habra resident for over 44 years. The reason why I moved to La Habra was to raise a family. I did that on Montwood for over 24 years. When this first development in Westridge opened up, I stood in line to get in to buy a property here. Before that, I talked to the late great Steve Anderson, who was a former mayor of La Habra and city council person for many, many years. I talked to him about this development and I thought it was going to be the diamond in the rough that made La Habra stand out and why I wanted to stay in La Habra. And that's one of the reasons why I invested up here and moved my family up to Westridge. Did pay a premium of over $100,000 for a lot. I didn't mind that because I wanted a view. I was told when pulling permits from La Habra, from the Planning Commission, that I would never have anybody behind me because it was zoned that way. That don't worry about ever getting basically any zone variances, which I was asking for. And when they looked at my plans, they said, don't worry, Mr. Blaine, that you don't need those because basically you're never going to have neighbors over your backyard. Now, here we are 20 years later, and basically we want to rezone a giant green belt, the last big green belt that La Habra has. And the traffic alone, my business is in Brea. So I travel down Imperial to almost Brea Boulevard. That travel could take me 15 minutes to sometimes 45 minutes, depending on traffic. Traffic is unbearable around here right now. And basically all the points that have been brought up from all the other speakers are well pointed. I don't want to beat them like a dead horse. But here in La Habra, we don't have the choice of basically any more green belts that we can open up. They're going away. And once they go away, there's no way of bringing them back. We're having a developer come in here who was one of the developers in here, who is now coming in here wanting to take the land. And basically, I know after sitting, I've been in many of the meetings and basically have put my 2 cents in, as I was going to say, of being against the project. But here right now, you can hear the outcry from the city. The citizens of La Habra do not want this at all. And that has to stand for basically something for the Planning Commission to look at and listen to the citizens besides the developer. After the very first meeting that Jim and I sat in there and listened to the city council after everyone left and heard about their budget, it was about a budgetary fall that basically in about 2 years, the city of La Habra was going to be not financially sound, and they needed this project. So it becomes a dollars and cents that I see it. And, dollars and cents to the people that live here, that doesn't make sense. So all I'm going to say is I hope the Planning Commission really listens to all the voters and listens to them dearly, not just to their pocketbook, but listens to the livelihood and the lifestyle that La Habra citizens have enjoyed this long. I'll tell you that if this goes through, I'll be probably one of the people that have lived in La Habra for 43 years that will be leaving La Habra, because I see this will be just one gigantic traffic jam going down Beach, Idaho, and Imperial. When you add that many homes, you add that many cars, you can't mitigate that. You just can't. And you know that. So it's just basically comes down to, I see it for the city to make a decision is dollars and cents. So that's my 2 cents for the night, folks. I thank you for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Blaine. We very much appreciate your comments. Have a good night, sir. Next speaker, please.
Okay, next speaker. You have been unmuted. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Hi, my name is Gerard Rudd, Gerardrudd. I live in Country Hills West, which is adjacent to the project that's being talked about. I've lived in La Habra starting in 1975. We've seen many developments go in the Imperial Highway area when they took out Monkey Island. They built the post office. They took out the wetlands next door. They built the condos. They took out the drive-in theater. They took out, which was a good thing, when Chevron left. You've done a great job developing that area. However, you created a high traffic, high problem area. This project, with all its other challenges, will just become an extreme traffic problem. Am I being heard?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. You've got other properties in La Habra next to the medical facility that was built on Imperial. You've got a large plot of land. You've got a large plot of land on Beach and Lambert that is undeveloped, that could be utilized for smaller projects that wouldn't impact one area so significantly. So it's not that development won't happen. You've done a great job developing La Habra to this point. It's grown from a small little farming community when the railroad line first came in, into a beautiful city that still retains that small town feeling. If you don't push it further, you can retain that. And that's all our residents here in La Habra want. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rudd. We appreciate your comments. Have a good night, sir. And next speaker, please.
Okay, we will now hear from KC Enterprise. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. I have unmuted you. Make sure your microphone is turned on and turn on your camera before addressing the commission.
Hey. Hi, my name is Kamal Chima. It's Kanwal. Last name is Chima, Cheema. I've been a resident of La Habra for the last 15 years. I've raised my 10-year-old son here, and we live in Westridge community, and just walking around, it's quite nice, and it's a lot better than the other cities. And we also love going to the golf course. So the reasons already all the speakers before me have mentioned it, and I just wanted to reinforce, and I want to make sure that my voice is heard, and I'm against this project. And I hope you hear the voice of the people of the city. So that's about it. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Ms. Chima. Thank you for contributing. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please.
Okay, next speaker will be phone number 714-458-4573. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is turned on.
Go ahead, speaker. Go ahead, speaker, if you can hear us. Speaker, if you're there, we'll give you another few seconds, maybe, if you're having some connection difficulty. All right, well, Veronica, I think we'll need to move on.
Okay, the next speaker will be area code 714-404-4768. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is on before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker. Speaker, are you there? In the meantime, while we are waiting to see if the speaker establishes a connection, I don't know if we can do any diagnostic to make absolutely sure that we're not experiencing or the platform's not experiencing any technical difficulties. Provide your opinion when you can. And by the way, I'm being heard, aren't I?
Yes, Commission, this is Andrew Ho, Director of Community Development. It's looking like the connection's doing well. Sporadically, we've had people that are able to join the call and some who aren't able to. Sometimes there's a lag with the phone call.
Okay.
And with a video feed, you can kind of see through the kind of 24 or so testimonies so far today. Some are able to turn on the camera quicker than others, and some aren't.
Well, that's fine, and it's not so critical that the camera's even on. The important thing is to hear what folks are saying, so that's fine. I want to make sure there's no indication on our end that people are unable to connect. So if it looks that way, then let's go back again and see if we can. Unless the last speaker we just attempted to connect to, if that person's still there, that's great. Otherwise, we'll need to move on to the next.
And I would suggest that those who aren't able to join the phone call now, if you're able to reconnect later, go ahead and raise your hand and we'll get you back in the queue.
Sounds good. Exactly. All right, so Veronica, bring us wherever you can.
Okay, the next speaker, Robert. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on and your camera is turned on before addressing the commission.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
I don't have a camera. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Robert Biddlecombe. That's ROBERTBIDDLECOMBE. I live on Greenbrier Lane. My backyard butts up against Imperial Highway on the hill, just west of Beach Boulevard. I moved here with my family in March of 1960, so I've lived here for 60 years, and I've seen all the changes that have been happening. And the quality of living here probably was the best around the mid 70s and has been going downhill ever since. The reason for that basically is the traffic and the overcrowding. In the last 40 years, I've never talked to anybody that lived in La Habra or Brea or Fullerton or La Mirada or Whittier that didn't complain about traffic and overcrowding and that sort of thing. And I've seen it all since I lived here the whole time. In the year 2000, I got a new job, and it used to take me 30 minutes to drive home. Up until I retired a year ago, my commute time increased to 45 minutes. That's a 50% increase. And the whole increase of that 15 minutes was getting off the 5 freeway onto Beach Boulevard and driving the 4 miles from the freeway to Imperial Highway. It changed from 10 minutes to 25 minutes each way, each day, and mostly in the last 10 years. We all know that that Beach Boulevard is gridlocked in the morning and in the early evening, Monday through Friday, and it's usually gridlocked before COVID, of course, in the middle of the day on Saturday. Lambert is also gridlocked. Imperial is gridlocked from Beach Boulevard all the way to the 57 freeway. From the time I was a little kid in 1960 until today, I've always ridden a bicycle. I do a lot of cycling. That gives me the perfect view of what's been happening with traffic. And I was hopefully wanting to cycle more after I retired, but there's times of the day now where it's basically suicide to ride outside my neighborhood, especially on Lambert. Luckily, Beach Boulevard has the little bike trail, but everywhere else, it basically can't happen anymore. I got hit by a car in La Habra in 2007. I got hit by a car in 2012. I went to the hospital each time. The last time I knocked out all my front teeth. You know, this is something that I feel every day, and it's really scary to be cycling around here now. I'd like to walk down to Walmart instead of drive my car, but crossing Imperial and crossing Beach Boulevard, even though there's a crosswalk and traffic lights, is really difficult. And I've had so many close calls. And people are now driving through my neighborhood for the last few years, trying to avoid the gridlocks at Imperial and Beach Boulevard. So even walking my dog has become dangerous. I can't afford in the summertime to run my air conditioning all the time, but it's pretty much impossible living next to Imperial to open the windows nowadays because of the huge amount of traffic, even in the middle of the night with all the noise. In the last 5 years, I've gotten asthma. I've had chronic bronchitis. When I take a vacation and I've been gone for a week, twice in the last year, my breathing got better. And as soon as I came back home, it got worse again. And I'm pretty sure that's a result of all the traffic increases, especially on Imperial, where I live. And then, of course, I wanted to mention, we're all familiar with the McCall waste dump, which was the #3 Superfund site in the United States. And the old Chevron USA or Standard Oil Hills is basically just an extension of that waste dump. There's a lot of pollution there, and I don't think it's a really good idea for people's health to be disturbing the soil there again. I guess I forgot to mention that with all these new houses, there's no change in the highways. I haven't seen any plan to widen any of the highways or to help with the traffic congestion problems. So, and my last comment is about the dishonesty of the developer. I've been receiving a lot of automated phone calls that are saying there's a plan for more park space and more money to help our children. And then it says, press a number and you will be connected directly to the city of La Habra, where you can leave a message saying you support the project. But nowhere in the phone message do they say that there's going to be 400 or 450 new residences. All it says is new parkland and more money for our children. There's also people that are paid to get people to sign petitions in front of Walmart, and they say the same thing. More parkland for La Habra and more money for the children. Never do they mention anything about the homes. And the people that are getting the petition signed say that they're a really popular petition. People are really for it. But the only way you're going to know about the extra traffic or the homes is by reading it, which would take you, 20 minutes to read the fine print, and people don't do that. They just simply take the word of the person that's soliciting, and then they sign the petition. So And also, I've been at the city hall a few times in the last year, and previously they said 400 new residences. Now they're saying, what, 449 or 450, which is another change I don't understand. And then the last thing is, on the La Habra City website, it said there was a poll on La Habra residences on what their concerns were in the city, and less than 5% of the people on the poll were recorded as saying traffic and overcrowding was a problem. And that, I feel, is dishonest and not representing the truth. So anyway, I've lived here for 60 years, and I can't really afford to move as I'm retired now. I'm pretty disappointed. I guess one more point. There's going to be a lot of lawsuits by the residences above the golf course, since they bought their property with the understanding it was a golfing community, and that golf course would be there. Who's going to pay the legal fund, the legal fees to fight all those lawsuits? And is the city of La Habra actually planning for that? I know you can't ask questions, but it's something I wanted to bring up. So anyway, after 60 years, I'm pretty disappointed. So hopefully my opinion means something. Thank you.
It does, Mr. Biddlecom, of course. Thank you very much for sharing your opinions with us. Next caller, please.
Okay, next will be phone number 697-0591. I have unmuted you. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker. Go ahead, speaker. If you can hear a speaker, you're on now with us. Speaker, can you hear us? All right, well, 4 inquiries. It might be another connection challenge. Speaker, if you can hear us, and Veronica can identify your number and you raise your hand again, we'll try to get you back on, but let's take the next caller.
Okay, next is area code 714-525-5113. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Hello?
Yes, we're here.
Yes. Okay. I'm John Draxler. That's JOHN-DRAXLER. And I'm on Country Hills East, and I'm just a few houses away from off Euclid from the end of Sandalwood. And I've only been here in La Habra 50 years, so I'm a newcomer. Yesterday, I had no intention of getting involved in this, but after listening to yesterday's session, the full length, I felt compelled to chime in. Most of my comments have been covered by this time, including all the traffic issues and Mr. Faust's presentation last night, and Mr. Lee's covered virtually everything early today. I was disturbed by the presentation by Lennar yesterday. As mentioned earlier, it come across as just a very cookie-cutter presentation. And as the lady mentioned earlier, I thought it was very condescending and dismissive of the residents here of La Habra. Just a couple points related to that. Again, as she mentioned earlier, there was kind of a snide reference to NIMBY, not in my neighborhood. And Also, what I interpreted as veiled threats regarding the arena situation and timetable, which may or may not be an issue in the future. Just a couple other points. In the presentation, I had the smell of a railroad job. I was mentioned the callers in favor of the project were mostly out-of-town professionals. I did notice, obviously, the call-ins have been mostly against the project. Even I noticed in the La Habra Journal, the last issue I saw, they were keeping a running tally of, I think, emails and phone calls to the city regarding this. And the last I saw, they were running at least 20-1 against the project. And then also the what I would call the bogus or questionable questionnaire that was used for documentation to support the project. But I basically concur with almost everything said tonight and be against this project. I do appreciate the commission's extensive time and effort on this project. I think there are a lot of open questions and issues yet to be resolved, and I would encourage the commission to thoughtfully and diligently ponder this before they reach their decision. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Drexler. We appreciate your time as well. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Next caller, Robert Enriquez. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is turned on, and if you have a camera, turn it on before addressing the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Robert Enriquez, E-N-R-I-Q-U-E-Z. I live at 528 South Walnut, La Habra, lifelong resident, born and raised. My issues, I'm not directly affected by it. I don't live that close other than the traffic and the ancillary issues that are going to come about. My issues is with misappropriation of funds, which we know is what's going to happen. You're taking this project on under the auspices of, and I've heard it several times, money for the kids, for like the future. That's not going to happen. Okay, we both know that. We all know that. I've been in the city long enough. The population since I was a kid to now has not tripled or quadrupled, but the amount of city workers have, the police department has quadrupled. You even have a SWAT truck, but the services have gotten worse. There's no services to speak of. I've had a water main break in front of my house, no exaggeration, 7 or 8 times in the last 10 years. Every time it's just a patch job. The street is so riddled with cracks. It's embarrassing, and yet nothing gets fixed, but you're going to create more projects supposedly to create more revenue. Where does this revenue go? Okay. La Habra used to be a quiet little town. Like I said, I grew up here. We'd play football in the streets. I remember going swimming in the creek that's down the street from my house at the Olive Depression there, where the water main is also busted many, many times. And it was clear water with ducks and catfish and you name it. And I know progress, it must go on. You can't stop time. I get that. But you need to have some sort of coherent plan, an idea, some kind of goal. Years ago, when you guys cemented the irrigation ditch or drainage ditch along Imperial Highway, I suggested to you guys that it should be covered and you could have a green belt there. I was ridiculed for being an idiot. You can't do it. You have to expect the 100-year flood. You can't cover a ditch like that. Really, because you covered the ditch across the street between Imperial Junior High and Wood Lake Village. And what happened there? Just last year, the rains eroded something and part of that thing collapsed. It was even on the news. So there it was okay to cover it so that you could shove in there another 100 units to create revenue. But to make a green belt along Imperial Highway, that would have been a nice buffer for all those residents, noise-wise, smell-wise, everything that you don't do. So I'm afraid that yet again, somebody has, hate to say it, paid somebody off. Somebody's getting some money for their campaign fund, and this project's going to go through, and we're just speaking as a means for us to vent, but it carries no weight whatsoever. That's what I think is going to happen. So this is going to pass. We all know it. Thanks for your time.
All right, Mr. Enriquez, thank you for calling in. Next caller, please.
Next, we will hear from G. Garcia. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, hi, good evening. My name is Gabriela Garcia, Gabriela Garcia, and I'm at 761 Ember Lane. I've been a resident of La Habra for 10 years now. I'm very involved in the community and I'm extremely opposed to this project for a lot of the reasons that have already been mentioned. So I won't go into them anymore. But what I did want to say is I was outraged by the tactics that this developer is using to gain support, or at least try and make us believe that there is support behind this project. We all know that we've seen the Facebook posts that talk about money for open space and money for education and make no mention about the housing developments. So when they come on here and tell us that there are 7,000 letters of support for this project, I say those letters are a sham. There is no support from the community for this project. In fact, there is overwhelming opposition to this project. I've been on yesterday's call and today's call. Each time there have been 200 people or more on here. If we were at City Hall, it would be overflowing at this point. We spent 4 hours, was it yesterday, on the phone. We're at another 2.5 hours today, and there's still people that want to speak against this. And so saying that there is stronger support for this project than there is just a lie. So it makes me doubt anything that they're saying about what they're going to provide for our city with this project. I feel like they're trying to make us scared and believe that this is the only option that we have, when it's really not. We have other options and we have time. And I want us as a city to make a decision that's right for the citizens, the people that live here, the people that will have to live with the impacts from these developments, and make these decisions on our own terms and take the time to really plan this out together rather than having something crammed down our throats. I hate to say it that way, but that's really what it feels like. Once this open space is gone, it's gone for good. There is absolutely no going back. And we have so little of it left. And I think we need to make a decision based on what's going to be good for our city, not 5 years, not 10 years, but in the long run for our kids and for how we're going to view our city well into the future. So thank you for listening to my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for joining us. We appreciate it. Andrew, would you just refresh the audience with regard to the usage of the platform?
Yes, Andrew Ho, Director of Community Development. For the audience's benefit, for those who are on the computer on Zoom, if you wish to participate in tonight's meeting, please raise your hand by moving your cursor down to the bottom of the screen with an icon.
Mama, it's gonna be bedtime.
An icon should come up with the participants icon. You can click on that button and another screen should come up with kind of the list of participants. You'll see how many people have raised their hands. And if you would like to raise your hand to speak, there should be an icon at the bottom of that screen that says raise hand. And it looks like folks are doing it now, and so we're adding more to the queue, and so that will help us kind of update the commission on how many more speakers we anticipate having speaking tonight. So appreciate that. For those on the phone, should you want to raise your hand in the same manner, you may press *9 and we'll get you lined up in the queue and get you going on here. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Andrew. And Veronica, just out of curiosity, how's the queue looking right now?
Let me count. I'm sorry. Hold on. There are 15 on hold waiting to address the commission.
15. Okay, thank you. I'll just advise the public too that there's a decent possibility at this stage that you may have the opportunity to speak tomorrow night as well, because we have about an hour's worth, an hour's and a half's worth of items that are connected to the project. And so if we can't resolve it by around 10:30ish, 10:45ish, then we will be adjourning until tomorrow night. With that said, next speaker, please.
Next, we will hear from phone number. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. (714-809-2242). Please spell your first and last name and where you are from, and make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker. Go ahead, speaker. If you can hear me, you're with the commission now, speaker. Do we have a speaker? Okay, Veronica, you want to try the next one?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, now you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, now we can do it without this one. Oh, here. Okay. My name is Suham, S-U-E-H-A-M. I live at 1520 South Bryant Street, La Habra, California. Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Our resident became aware of an incomplete analysis of slope stability of the hillside adjacent to Rancho La Habra development project, which was identified by the consulting engineers and geologists for Save La Habra. Their review shows DEIR fails to adequately address repair of the landslide. As proposed, repair of the slide, which is limited to repairing the toe of the slide. The EIR fails to address these risks properly. With the recent fire, we are experiencing increased PM 2.5 and PM 10 outside, which is a double outside versus inside, and we have been shutting our windows. My husband is 81 years old and has severe respiratory health issues. I cannot imagine how he is going to sustain and go through 6 to 7 years of construction, especially when they stir up the contaminated soil to replace it with clean soil. Our home is right next to the new homes they want to build. We do not have any buffer like trails or parks they are proposing. If he cannot breathe during the groundbreaking and stabilization, who would be responsible? Mitigation measures in the EIR are not sufficient to give us a worry-free life. Contaminated soil and abandoned capped wells still present underground, and leakage should be a concern for the new homeowners and visitors who will be visiting the area. Homes could not be built on that land 20 years ago because of that reason. So they covered it with grass to not stir it up. Without cleaning up the site, they think they can build now home. They can now build new homes. just a few steps away from the site. If you live in the city of La Habra, you would be very, very, very concerned about these issues that outsiders wanting to move to the city of La Habra, that they will have no idea. They won't understand the severity of the situation. What are zoning regulations for? We put our trust in the zoning committee to look up for the safety of its residents. How and why can a city be so irresponsible? I want to thank you to Michelle Bernier. She was great with the right questions yesterday. This project site is an also earthquake fault zone. As you all know, 4 or 5 years ago, this area shook pretty hard. I'm sure it will happen again, and with the wells and contaminants in the ground, I don't know why you would allow build houses on land that is so unstable. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you contacting us. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next, we will hear from Robert Hughes. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker.
Yes, my name is Robert Hughes. I live in La Habra, just below the Westridge Golf Course. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, yes, no problem.
I'm sorry. Yes, obviously I listened to the story that Mr. Hahn from Lennar talked about last night. I'm sorry, I got some friends here. That guy was talking about, he was giving a sob story and saying how the golf course, I'm sorry, I had some friends that are messing around with me. The golf course is using millions of gallons of potable water. Now I've looked up what the average household is in the area of water, and it could run, depending on what website you check, it runs from like 100 gallons to 200 gallons on the worst case scenario. And that times 365 times 450 homes, that comes over to 3,600,000 gallons per year. So I know he's just trying to throw out figures out there just to make us go, oh my gosh, this golf course using all this water. The other thing is the wildlife. Yeah, there is some what do you call untouchable space around the golf course. I have golfed there a few times. I'm not an avid golfer. I actually like, when I go up, drive up Idaho and over the hill and over into Fullerton, I actually enjoy just that little bit of not having being crammed in by houses everywhere. Unfortunately, I know the Planning Commission has their job to do. I know over there in the Don Steves Chevrolet lot, they built up many homes over there at the whole rundown hotel on Beach Boulevard. They put, it looks like 3, maybe 4-story homes over there, where they're cramming more people in a smaller area. By putting that in there in the golf course, is again, as everyone is saying, there's a lot of traffic. And also I have a concern. I noticed there's already work being done, and I don't know if it's due to this project, already on Idaho, just south of Imperial. It looks like I see a bunch of construction crews up there. I don't know if you guys have already made your plans or are preparing for this development for going through. I'm not sure. I haven't talked with the construction, but the traffic is already miserable in the city, and we've seen it in the many years that I've been here get worse and worse and worse every year. I love the sounds of the coyotes at night, the wildlife. When people are complaining because some of their pets and animals are getting hunted down by the coyotes, unfortunately, because their habitat is getting destroyed and they're getting encroached, and so they have to go out into the neighborhoods and they have to go out and find food. By creating the more homes in there, you're going to cause them to even go out in the neighborhoods more, which is going to cause them to get captured and euthanized. We're all about, trying to have a safe and happy environment that we live in, and give us a little peace of mind, a little breath of fresh air. I know not everyone goes out there and uses the golf course. Like I say, I'm not a big golf course user myself, but I do enjoy when I go out there. I just see the wildlife. I see the bushes. I don't see homes and cars and traffic and other noises that high density homes causes. You guys are representatives of the city council for our city, and I'm hoping the city council is listening, because we're asking you. I've been to council meetings before. We're asking you to not go further with this project. We want to keep this space open. To tell you the truth, I would actually like to see the golf course just go away and let it be wildlife, for the animals. But it's there. I can't do anything. It's already been done. Same thing as if you guys go put in the houses, it's going to be done. That habitat's going to be destroyed. You as representatives, for the council, I'm hoping the council's listening, because you guys are making decisions for the council, and they're the ones that are going to be affected by our votes from the citizens that are going to be unhappy with this council. If you guys do go forward with this. I do not like getting up and going to council meetings. I'd be there right now, if it wasn't for the COVID. That's not something I want to do. I don't want to go out there and be an activist, but this is truly going to affect a lot of our citizens around here. It's affecting, people's blood pressures from having to deal with this traffic. We have more traffic collisions nowadays. People driving through our city. It's just a sad thing that we're having to deal with. It's, here it is, it's all up into your hands. We're asking you guys to not continue with this project. This is not going to work out for us. It's going to make it not a happier place to live. So I've been happy here. It's been beautiful. We're far from the freeways. We don't have the people going on and off on freeways and coming into our town. We've got, thanks to you guys and your planning, we have some very nice stores. I really don't have to leave La Habra to go shopping, to go see my entertainment with the movie theater across the way. We've got great restaurants. I love this place, but it's very frustrating with the traffic right now. Just to go in between from Idaho to Beach Boulevard, how many stoplights we have. We're looking to you guys to help us out with our happiness and our continued lifestyle. The people at the top of the West Ridge golf course, I understand their plight. I don't live up there. I'd be angry as heck if this happened. Yeah, there's no guarantees in life. That's the way it goes. But we're looking to you to follow what our citizens want here. Most of these people on here, they don't want to get up and speak in public. We're looking for your guys' assistance on this to keep this from happening. Okay. Yes, the landowner wants to do with what he wants. Well, I can't go and put horses in my backyard, can I? You can't have everything in life. But La Habra's been a great city, but we're getting more and more higher density homes in here, and it's causing a lot of traffic. And I don't think people are designed to be shoved in one area. And just like another speaker earlier, the more chances you have and more people together and congested, it makes it easier for disease transmission in the case of COVID and whatever else comes up later in the future. We're just looking for you guys to help us out. We really do not want this. I'm very unhappy that this is still continuing on after I've gone to a couple of council meetings before, and I was just surprised to hear that this thing had not been kiboshed yet. So please help us out. We're asking for your help. It's in your guys' hands. You guys are making the decision. We need your help.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. We very much appreciate your input. Thanks for joining us tonight. Have a good night. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we're gonna give this phone number another try. Phone number 562-697-0591. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure you unmute your microphone.
Go ahead, speaker. Speaker, if you can hear me, you've joined the meeting. Speaker, are you there? It looks like the speaker is not there.
Darren, if I can jump in. This is Andrew. Phone number 0591. If you can hear me, try pushing *6 instead.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh, *6 worked.
Okay.
All right. Tell that to the other callers. Yes, my name is Carol Hansen. That's Carol. Last name is Hansen. Is in November. I live in La Habra, right near Idaho and Imperial Highway. And I'm just behind the shopping centers where Applebee's is. So I've been here for 20 years, having moved around Orange County since the 70s. I originally was born and raised in Los Angeles, and I moved to the Valley, and I had to get out of the Valley because it was so hot and crowded. And I moved here as a single mom with 2 teenage girls, and they went to they went to Magnolia High School, both of them.
This is Hanson. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm just going to very gently maybe redirect you back to the project at hand, Rancho La Habra. Good. Yeah.
I am really against this project. I've seen the overbuilding and community getting crowded when I lived in other cities, like in the North Hollywood area and in the Valley, and also in Los Angeles. And the traffic is, I'm just going to repeat myself like everybody else has, but the traffic has been insane. And I cannot imagine how that's going to be with 400 more homes and families that are going to have more than one car. I'm sure there'll be several more cars on the road, and and the pollution is getting worse and worse each year, and it's not going to be as healthy of a community that it has been, and the children are the ones that are going to suffer the most. The parents and the young parents and the children will be the ones suffering. And I'm not very happy about how the developers have been so dishonest and having tricky ways of making you think that this is just going to be a big park and the wildlife is going to have a place to grow. What it's going to do is going to bring a lot more coyotes into the neighborhood, because every time we have some building going on here, our backyards become have you know, I've had the coyotes come in my backyard, and I don't have young children, so I'm not worried about them getting hurt, but I do have a little cat and there are quite a number of people that have, you know, dogs. And I don't, you know, every time they're pushed out, you know, they're going to come into our neighborhood. So I really, and depending on, I mean, we all are the community, depending on the planning commission to make sense of this whole thing and see just really how it would be impacting our neighborhoods and our city life that is becoming just way too overcrowding, too much overcrowding. And I mean, you know, to see what happened at the Great Park in Irvine, there's some very unhappy people there in Irvine. How the developers just took over. And I guess once they buy property, then they can do pretty much what they want. So I really hope people become wise when they make this decision on planning our community to be better for our citizens and our young people as well, and how, you know, La Habra has grown more organically instead of forced. Shoving 400 more homes in this area is not the right thing to do. And I don't want, you know, to live in a community that's just, you know, become stifling. And this has been a lovely place for myself and my grandchildren that come over, and I hope it doesn't become just some monster that it's going to be hard to feed.
I think we understand your concerns, Mrs. Hanson. You've been pretty clear. Is there anything additional you'd like to add, or?
What?
Well, is there anything additional? I think we have a pretty good handle on.
I think I've made myself clear, and I don't want to whip a dead horse here.
Okay. Well, we very much appreciate everything you said. We appreciate the time you took and the energy you invested in it. And we thank you again and wish you a good night.
Well, thank you. And I really hope we're going to be able to open up our community a little bit more in the not too near future when it's safe. You know, I miss it.
Okay, we all do. Thank you, Ms. Hanson.
You're welcome.
Next caller, please, Veronica.
Next, we will hear from Andrea Sandoval. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from.
Sure.
Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
My name's Andrea Sandoval, A-N-D-R-I-A, Sandoval, S-A-N-D-O-V-A-L. I'm at 230 Bishop Drive in La Habra. So I want to say good evening to the chairman and to the planning committee members. I also want to say good evening to my fellow La Habra neighbors. Myself and my family are fundamentally opposed to the Rancho La Habra development.
this development would severely and negatively impact every aspect of living here in La Habra. I know many, and I think many of my fellow La Habra neighbors that have voiced their opposition to this widely unpopular development. So to piggyback on some of the most negative sentiments that some of my neighbors have stated, I want to focus on just the countless negative environmental impacts this development could potentially bring to our community. To begin with, as we talked about, the thousands of car trips to our already overpacked streets and highways. The amount of traffic is not only going to impact all major intersections, but also smaller residential housing that people are going to use as cut-throughs to avoid all the major streets that are impacted and congested. And also these new thousands of potentially car trips are going to produce tons of carbon emissions that are going to negatively impact our air quality. And air quality is definitely a major concern for myself. Having struggled with asthma as a young child, I do not wish any more children in our community to suffer due to the poor air quality that this potential development will result in. And additionally, with all the new potential housing that could go in, all the contaminants from the pesticides and herbicides that are used for the housing and the landscaping, and all that's going to run off into the storm drain, which is Coyote Creek, which can eventually lead to the ocean, causing major environmental impacts, not only in our community, but all the way down Coyote Creek. And as several of my neighbors have mentioned, the concern of the toxic soil that's underneath the Westridge Golf Course. If development begins, all these toxins could potentially be released into the atmosphere for who knows several years to come. And what implications is that going to have on our health? And I think one of the major lessons that we've learned potentially from this coronavirus pandemic is that the city of La Habra doesn't have the infrastructure to support the potential hundreds of new residents that this development will bring. And I think we could all attest to, at the beginning of the pandemic, purchasing some home essential supplies such as toilet paper or disinfecting wipes. We couldn't purchase them. And that's already with the infrastructure that we have in our community. And adding potentially thousands of more residents is only going to make a dire situation worse if there's another natural disaster such as an earthquake or possibly a wildfire, as well as the infrastructure for public services, as many of my neighbors have mentioned, such as water, power, road repairs, police, fire departments. All these areas are already stretched too thin. Just recently, my family and I had to struggle through a power outage for over 36 hours. And that's just because the infrastructure can't support the number of people that are here. And again, as a resident, I don't appreciate the disparaging comments and fear-mongering tactics that the Lennar development is using to gain support for a clearly unpopular development. If this development passes, it will have negative implications on our health and our way of living for years to come. And the developer will quite literally take the money and run and leave us residents with the mess to clean up. So I implore you, the Planning Commission, to reconsider and research other alternatives instead of the Rancho La Habra development for the land use at Westridge Golf Course. I feel an excellent alternative could potentially be converting the golf course into maybe a regional park, something that many of my neighbors have expressed we desperately need as far as open land. And I thank you for your time and consideration to my comments. And I hope the Planning Commission will make the right decision for all current and future La Habra residents by opposing this development of Rancho La Habra. Thank you.
Ms. Sandoval, we very much appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Okay, next caller is phone number 714-267-1207. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. To unmute yourself, if you're calling in from a phone, press *6.
Greg Jones. Are you hearing me on both lines?
We hear you fine, Mr. Jones. You're with us.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners and La Habra residents. I love the spirit and support. Are we getting a backfeed?
Yeah, it was a bit of an echo, but we can hear you.
Is that working now?
It's fine. We can hear you.
Are we there?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. Again, good evening, Commissioners, La Habra residents. I love the support and the spirit that you guys are using to drive this forward. I want to use this sentence twice so that it rings in. This is a deed restricted property. And this project was already approved based on granting this golf course for open public space. And you guys, everybody's done a great job of talking about that. But I want to just drive that home and make you realize that the initial improvement here was done by them opening this space up to be open space for public use. So to come back in, this is what I call double dipping. And there's a huge profit that can be made by them. This property can also be used as a public golf course and be very profitable and good for the city. It can also be sold. Just because it won't make the profit margin that they're looking to achieve doesn't mean that it's not a valuable asset the way that it's currently structured. So anyway, these, in my opinion, you guys have all done a great job. And I really respect Joe Faust and the amount of time that he's put into this. I think it's pretty clear that Andrew Hahn is not local to the area as far as what he claims to be, not knowing what the La Habra Heights people would look at going back instead of looking at a golf course, looking at new residents. And then also all the residents that are down in Coyote Creek area that look onto the golf course would lose that open space view. Anyway, I really hope that you guys just continue to support the community. And here's to the strength and honor of previous agreements remaining as intended, and join in with the Fish and Game to preserve this asset you will never be able to replace. Those are my words, short and sweet. That's it.
And we appreciate the words, Mr. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you.
The next speaker, please.
Okay, we will now hear from Dee Elsilster. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is unmuted before speaking to the commission.
Go ahead, speaker.
Hi, my name is Dolores Elsesser, Dolores Elsesser. I'm very concerned over this project. I've actually been one of the oldest La Habra residents. I've been there for over 60 years. I'm unhappy that you are now, like the other gentleman said, trying to double dip because you were given the go ahead to build housings and businesses and promised that this golf course would stay open space. I've actually lived in La Habra when we still had cows on Imperial Highway before Imperial Highway was even built. We had orange groves. We had pure gold. We had so many other things that gave us space. And it seems over the years, every year practically, that you keep wanting to take our space away. I have been there a long time. I have had to deal with the congestion and the traffic for many years now. When I first moved there, we were a rural community, which is what drew, my family to the area. And I'm very disappointed that you now want to take away one huge open space the size of the golf course, 151 acres, and turn it all into housing. The developer, in my opinion, is lying to us. I watched an additional video of him today, and he just totally ignored what he was going to do with 20,000 square feet. Oh, there'll be trails and there'll be parks. He did not once mention the commercial aspect that he wants to put in there. The traffic, and oh, you need to know where I live? I live on Greenbrier Lane at the top of the hill from Beach and Imperial. Do you realize it always takes me 3 to 4 light cycles to get through Beach and Imperial? That's way too much now. And yet you want to dump more cars. And I'm not even going to say 400 cars. I'm going to say it's going to be closer to 1,000 cars. So yes, I am very unhappy with it. I think you are overtaxing our public services, the police, the fire, the EMTs, because no one can get through the congestion. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I hope that the City Council makes the right decision for all of our citizens in La Habra. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking, Mrs. Elsesser, if I said that correctly. Thank you very much. Next
You
speaker.
did, and thank you.
You have somebody else for us, Veronica?
Yes. Next speaker will be Danielle Garcia. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Okay, actually, this is Rafael Garcia, R-A-F-A-E-L, Garcia, G-A-R-C-I-A. And my wife and I are original homeowners here in Westridge. We purchased our house in August of 1999. We were 29 years old. Now, what's really struck me is in speaking to our neighbors, they're all seniors to us. And it was their second, third, in some cases, their fourth house. And in speaking to them, I heard their stories that they worked, they saved, they sacrificed, and some of them even paid the premium of $100,000 more to live on the golf course. This was the culmination of their life's work. This was their reward for working their entire lives. And I think it's really disgraceful that Lennar, 21 years later, has their hand out again. You are going to ruin the golden years of my neighbors. And I just think that's just wrong that you do it twice. So I'm just simply asking the city council, our city leadership, to honor the promise that was made when my neighbors and I originally moved in, and to leave it alone, or at very least, allow the original citizens or the original residents of Westridge to either move or move on, and table this discussion for at least 25 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garcia. We appreciate your commentary. And next caller, please.
Okay, next caller is Jennifer. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Thank you, everyone, for the privilege to speak at this meeting. I know that the traffic was addressed, but I never heard anything about Christmas.
Jennifer, get your last name too spelled out for us, if you would.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Jennifer Champagne, C-H-A-M-P-A-G-N-E. I live on Chantry Drive at the end of Beach Boulevard in Whittier. So choosing this house in 2017, we looked at over 250 homes over the span of a year and a half, and chose this location for a variety of reasons that have been mentioned. One of those reasons is it's not too far from my work, 25-30 minute commute. However, seasonally, Christmas time, that commute takes up to an hour and a half now, just because of the bottleneck of Beach and Rosecrans getting up to Beach and Imperial. So I just want to bring that up. Then I also want to bring up the responsibility of possible lawsuits because of the toxic land that will be disturbed, whether it's during construction or it's 10, 20 years after it's been disturbed, and people who frequent those areas or live on those areas that we all know from history should not be disturbed. The Westridge Golf Course, I've known a few people that have worked there, including my brother, and they're just constantly frustrated because it's not promoted. Yes, it does well, and its business is decent, but since this business proposition, they've done nothing to promote it. And, employees get frustrated because their ideas are never considered, and it really could be much more of an attraction, and, it could enhance the community much more. Families have been brought up, the children, the money for schools. America on the whole, they're not having as many children as they did in the 50s. It has been a significant decrease in families. Couples having children, 1, 2, 3 kids is a large family nowadays. So that is part of the deception and the deceit that I feel that is behind and pushing this movement. And then last but definitely not least is the environmental considerations. Just this last weekend, we had a barn owl in our backyard. You can't live in cities in Orange County that have such a blessing and such an amazing variety of just the birds alone. We get bats even, and 3 or 5 types of hummingbirds depending on the season, orioles. It's just amazing wildlife, and I love La Habra as it is. There is such a thing as overdeveloping. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Champagne. We appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Okay, next, Dana M. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Yes, this is Tevye Manchin, actually. It's Tevyemancan. 1230 West Lambert Road in La Habra. I've been a resident here for just shy of 20 years. Seen a lot of changes in La Habra recently in the last few years. Everyone's mentioned a lot of things, and I would like to echo those things about the traffic and all of these things that have increased tremendously. A couple of things that I would like to share is there's been comments of trying to compare La Habra to other cities as far as their growth goes, and I'd just like to mention that La Habra isn't like other cities, and that's why a lot of people have lived here and chose to move here. We are landlocked in homes. We don't live down in areas like South County where, Rancho Santa Margarita, where they can build homes back into the hills of, just that go forever. And they build the shopping centers and the schools and the retail and all of these things that go with the infrastructure to support those new homes. They have that land available, and they're able to do that. La Habra doesn't. This development plops these homes right in the middle of the city and increases and taxes those existing infrastructure that's already in place, and there's no plan to build upon that. It's just an increase. And so La Habra isn't like other cities. There's no El Toro base of giving a big land where they can build homes and build these shopping centers. Again, La Habra is different, and the community here has made it very clear that that's what we are fighting for as residents. And very few have been on to speak for it. And those that were, there was 2 or 3 that were actually residents. And I think that speaks a lot. And again, like some other callers have said, we are relying on you, the commission, to stop this in its tracks. To me, it seems pretty clear that the council has made up their mind, is in the sense that this has gone on for 5 or 6 years, that it wasn't put to bed a long time ago. So you have the ability now to stand up for the residents, and unfortunately, I believe that this is the residents' only opportunity to stop a project that is widely unpopular. And Lennar has been spoken against by so many people. He was caught, in my opinion, lying right on your own video last night about the streets and what he knew, and just being blatantly dishonest. My wife shops at the Target here at Idaho and Imperial, and people are out there saying, do you support parks? Well, of course people support parks. Here, sign here. Well, they don't even know what they're signing. And to me, the dishonesty, the flat just dishonesty of what they're trying to achieve should speak volumes in what is happening here. And again, I'm a little appalled that it's even gotten to this point and far along, just because it is so in your face of so many things that are not right. And just urge you that you take the numbers in consideration, that we are counting on you, like some other speakers said, and that's all I have. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your kindness and patience for listening to myself and the other people that are both for and against. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manchin. We appreciate your time as well. Have a good night. Next caller, please.
Judy Scott. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure you turn on your microphone before speaking to the commission.
Go ahead, speaker. Speaker, if you can hear me, you're on now. Have you tried *6? Are you there, speaker? Well,
unmute your microphone, please.
there you go. Are you there, speaker? Well, she may not be there. Let's move to the next one, Veronica.
Okay, next will be, hold on a sec here. Telephone 714-404-4768. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. If you're calling from a phone, to unmute yourself, dial *6.
Go ahead, speaker. If you can hear me, speaker, it's your turn. Anybody there? Well, this is definitely the downside of a modern platform such as this. I know it is tricky for an awful lot of people. So we're doing our best to get you in and get you out. But it looks like we don't have anyone there either. So in the interest of the growing night, Veronica, let's try somebody else.
Okay. Next phone number is 562-245-7195. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. If you're using a phone to unmute yourself, dial *6. If you're using your computer, please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Hello, this is Diana Alva. My it's Diana Alva.
Thank you.
So I am a 20-year resident of La Habra and moved here very, very young. And I've seen many, many changes go on. And like many of my La Habra neighbors, I would concur that we do have to move ahead and progress. But I think 450 new homes is more than we really can take in this area. I hope that you will consider the neighbors and La Habra residents and the homeowners and the renters who really are opposed to this. Sometimes it feels like our voice doesn't really matter and that the Lennar is overpowering with their money and their marketing. And I hope you will consider how it really is bothersome to see what they've done with their letters that I've seen on the website that come from out of town and that come from, it looks like what my other neighbors have been saying, some paid people in front of Walmart saying that we're going to have parks and stuff and not really giving the whole picture. I just want to end by saying that this experience with trying to address this whole project, you know, it has at times been very disappointing because it feels like the La Habra residents who live here for many years or who live here for a few years but want to make it their home, don't really have a loud enough voice for our local government. So I hope you will consider that this is really going to affect our lifestyle and our homes and our children. And I hope you will really listen to our voices and take that in consideration when you decide on this project. Thank you.
Ms. Alva, thank you very much for your comments. We very much appreciate your interest and time. Have a good night, ma'am. Next caller, please.
Okay, we're going to try Judy Scott again.
Very good. Ms. Scott, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Ms. Scott, have you unmuted, which evidently is a *6 operation? Well.
To me or not?
Oh, are you there?
Yes. Are you trying to talk to 714-404-4768? Is that correct?
Is it correct, Veronica?
Hello?
That was the phone number that I called before where there was no answer.
Okay. Well, you're here now. Give us your first and last name. Let us know what you think.
My name is Mekki Groothuis, Mecki. Last name Groothuis, and I live on 921 Teakwood. I'm in the West Hills area. Actually, my in and out into La Habra is on Sandalwood and Idaho. This is where going to be the main traffic, which is already happening right now. And I have been living here with my husband and 5 children for almost 50 years. And we have seen a lot of development. And especially when the new development was south of us, up the hill by close to Fullerton, it took literally half a year to move the dirt. There were tractors and tractors and tractors, and constantly bad smell and dirt in the air. So I would everybody like to consider that. In addition, right now where I'm living, I have to be checking my clock when I can get out of the city, actually from Country Hills down into La Habra on Imperial, because the school children are coming there in the morning. There are two schools at different times, and school is being let out at different times. Sometimes I have to make a big detour via the Euclid to get to where I'm supposed to go. So the more traffic and more building up, especially with the construction, it's really being caged in. I'd like you to consider that. And if, of course, I do some volunteer work in the city, the traffic in the city is pretty bad too. I don't want to take too much of your time, but the pollution during construction is unbearable. And I have gone through this twice now, and I would just like you to consider that. And thank you for all of you to considering my concern. God bless you, and God bless La Habra.
Well said, Ms. Groth-Hughes, if I said that correctly. Thank you very much for sharing your opinion. Appreciate it. Next caller.
Thank you.
All right.
Next caller, Simon Chan. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is unmuted before speaking to the commission.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. My name is Simon Chan, Simoncan. Okay.
Got it.
I live in Westridge, but I have been commute from Hacienda Heights to Orange County. So I've been travel on Beach Boulevard for last 20 years. So I can witness all the changes of the city. Okay, it's been good and also bad because it face all the city's problem. Okay, like other cities have all different types of pollution, traffic. We don't need to name it. Everybody know about that already. Now we have some developers come to us and say that, oh, okay, I want to make some new development and I will give you something back. Okay, I don't know whether it is a good idea to listen to the developers. I think that we should have the developer listen to us. We plan our way, okay? And I know that this is a bad timing. You know, they suddenly bring up this issue again in September, okay? And want the commission planning, the planning commission, you know, to make the decision, okay? It's a tough call, okay? I think that it's better for us to postpone it till November. It's only 2 months away. Why don't leave it to the hands of the citizens, the residents? Because we know the best for us. I think that if the commission can listen to us, should postpone it. 2 months only, 60 days away, okay? Please listen to the residents and postpone everything to November for the voting. That's all I have. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chan, thank you very much. We very much appreciate your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:58. I think in the interest of the general welfare, we need to just step away for 5 minutes. I'm sure it'll be the last recess of the night. So I am going to call a recess at this time and ask that we all be back present at, now I have 9:59. So let's just call it on the dot 10:04. Let's take a quick 5-minute break and then we will reconvene at 10:04. And remember, you don't need to worry about your screens. Just let them sit there and we'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
And bell pepper. And cilantro.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a roll call of the commission, please. Do we have Commissioner Bernier?
Yes. I'm here.
Okay, good. Do we have Commissioner Powell?
Yes, we do.
Do we have Commissioner Munoz?
Yes, here.
We have Vice Chair Manley. Do we have Vice
dear.
Chair Manley?
I'm here,
Okay.
John.
All right, good. And do we have Andrew
Yes, here.
and Veronica?
Here.
Great. We now are reconvening the meeting. And at your convenience, Veronica, you can send us the next caller.
Okay, we will now hear from Charlene Martin. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is unmuted before addressing the commission.
Hi, good evening. My name is Charlene Martin. I live on Greenbrier Lane. My grandmother bought this home in 1958. My family has lived here the entire time. I grew up in this house. I left for a little bit, came back 20 years ago to raise my son. It's a beautiful city. We have raised many kids here, and it's disturbing to me that we have continued talking about building and building. I understand progress, but at what cost? You know, I can remember driving through, I'm going to date myself as some others have, driving through, you know, Beach Boulevard, coming through and being in the car, it's all, you know, pitch black. And then you come to the light at the end of the tunnel. And I knew that that's when I was almost home. I like seeing our hillside. I enjoy our views here in our small city. I'm very concerned about the animals that are going to be displaced. I'm concerned about the health effects. There's lots of residents that have been on here saying, you know, the very similar things that I would have said. I do want to keep it short because I know this has been a really long meeting, but we are seeing coyotes at all hours of the day. When you build those homes, when you take away their space, you're taking away many, many animals' homes. Those animals will be displaced. They will find their way into our neighborhoods. They will find a way to come into our own neighborhoods where, you know, they're trying to survive, and I understand that. But it's because we're taking their land. We should not be taking away that space. That is a space that was designated as open space, and it should stay open space. So please, residents of La Habra are speaking loudly. I'm proud to be from this city. This is something that we should be standing up for. I appreciate you taking our comments and spending the time doing this. I really hope that you listen to our voices. There are many of us on here saying the same things over and over and over. And we love this city. That's why we live here. That's why we raise our families here. That's why we send our kids to school here. So please make sure that it stays that way. We've been here for generations, and we want to continue to be here for generations. But if you're going to overbuild and you're going to make it a place that people really don't want to be, it's going to be difficult to stay. So thank you.
Ms. Martin, thank you very much. We very much value your contribution on this. And have a good night. Thanks again. Next caller, please.
Okay, we will now hear from phone number 425-345-8411. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. If you're calling from a telephone, to unmute yourself, dial *6.
Hi, this is Alex Kim, ALEXKIM. I live on Pinewood Place, so I can look at the golf course from my bedroom. So this development will definitely affect my life visually, literally. So, and it's gonna affect me all throughout the construction as well as when the homes are there. So many of us who spoke out this evening have lived in La Habra for like many years, 20 and even some 50 and more. But as a one-year-old resident, I wanted to kind of voice my opinion on this matter. So I moved in last year, and that was after spending many years, a couple of years looking for a place to live. And I did settle down here because of all the open spaces. So I understand for those who lived here for many years, they saw the space, shrinking over the years. But for those who moved in rather recently, the expectation was that this was going to stay the way it is. So, and I didn't call in yesterday because I didn't know about this happening, but today I did receive an email about it. So I'm glad I did. But I wonder how many new residents are not aware this is happening to the community. So, and I can imagine those who are driving, unless you're working from home all the time, and if you're driving on the street, especially on Idaho, I can imagine anybody agreeing to this without having the streets also being developed. And when I heard that the streets will remain the same while adding so many new houses, it just makes absolutely no sense. And as an engineer, I can imagine doing all the development and civil engineering and then not come up with a conclusion that you can leave everything the same and expect that the lifestyle for those who live here will remain the same. So just want to say that there are new residents here who came in with expectation that this will remain the same, not realizing this was going to change. Yeah. So just want to voice that opinion, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. We appreciate you voicing that opinion. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Okay, we will try Judy Scott again. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please unmute your microphone. If you're using a phone, dial *6.
Speaker, are you there? Ms. Scott? Ms. Scott, we were hoping the third time would be the charm. You tried unmuting, *6. Can you hear me? Well, it's a frustrating development. We've been trying to get Judy Scott on here with great rigor, but it looks like it may not be meant to be. Okay, well, we're gonna have to move along again, Veronica, I suppose. Next speaker, please.
Okay, we will try Victor Perez. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
It's Victor Perez. It's Victorperez. I've been in La Habra since 1977. My brother-in-law moved in just a few houses away from me, and him and my sister are not speaking at the time, but they want me to speak for them. All of us are against this. It will damage our way of life. There is no question to that happening. And we're wondering why you're doing this 49 days before a vote on X. It's something that I saw here, and I'm going, why are you guys taking this step to push this through? I worked at the post office here for years in La Habra, and I've been here since the drive-in was over here, and they had Monkey Island and all that stuff. And I've seen the changes. They've never been much good, you know. I mean, some things, okay, I understand you got to have some things going on in the world and stuff, but this has always been a basin too for kind of holds the air here, you know. It's hard for it to get over to the other areas and stuff. So you're going to do a lot of this moving the property, digging sewer lines and stuff, and a lot of that's going to go in the air, and it's not going to go away from La Habra. It's going to settle around here, hurting the people that live here. How can you do that? How can they consider doing that? So I voice against it, and my sister Corinne Yanez, my brother-in-law Joe Yanez as well. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. We appreciate that very much. Thank you for your input.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you guys give it a little time before we do anything here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Perez. All right. Next speaker, please.
We will now hear from Diane D. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure you unmute your microphone before speaking to the commission.
Go ahead, speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening. I'm a 20-year resident. Oh, my name is Diane, D-I-A-N-E, Dominguez, D-O-M-I-N-G-U-E-Z, and I live off of Whittier and Hacienda. I am not directly impacted by this development, but as a resident of La Habra, I have great concern of the impacts that it will have on this community. We are, and I have been here for 20 years, and I have seen the increase of traffic. I moved from the city of Downey. I left there after being there for 20 years. It was becoming so dense, and traffic-wise, I needed to get out. We needed more space, less traffic, less, people. We came here for that reason. And I see that if this development goes through, this is what's going to happen. The density of the community is going to be a large impact. We need to, I hope that this city council can rethink this and make an informed decision as the impact on the long term to the community.
Try me again.
And leave the open space possibly as a regional park. I enjoy having the squirrels and the birds, the butterflies that you see flying around the area. We have wild parrots. We need our nature.
There anymore.
I think that this decision is being kind of pushed through the process. I think possibly you're saying you're doing your due diligence, but really you're trying to push this through. And I think it has to be reconsidered. Do not pass this. Let it go another year, or don't even pass it at all. There has been so many people with the same concerns, and I'm not going to go over the traffic. I'm not going to go over the air quality or anything like that. But what's the impact going to be to our police, our fire? We have a small department. You're going to have to hire. Why don't you put that money into the infrastructure of the city? Our streets need improvement. Why can't you develop a plan to provide better internet service in the city? The internet service in this city is horrible. Why can't you provide fiber optics connection into the city? That's another thing. When you bring in 400 more residences or 450 more residences, they're going to need internet service. If we're all working from home due to COVID. Can you imagine what that's going to be like in a year, 2 years? So you need to consider all of that, not just and I'm not meaning you, but I mean the elected officials' decision as to the impact that it's going to leave with the city for 5, 10, 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. We appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
Thanks. And do we have another caller?
There are 3 more on hold. We will hear from Adrian Lee. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Make sure you turn on your microphone before addressing the commission.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Adrian Lee, ADRIENNELEE, and I live with my family in the Westridge community, and I'm speaking in opposition of the proposed development. While I have a ton of empathy for the arguments regarding the housing crisis in favor of the development, we can't neglect the environmental impact that it will have, as this cannot be reversed. I'd like to specifically highlight the environmental impact that this development would have. I'm a frequent early morning runner around this neighborhood, and I often see coyotes roaming around the streets and houses. The most recent coyote I saw around was a little baby coyote alone, walking in the middle of the street by itself. It saw me and started running away to get away from me. In that moment, it really hit me, and I realized firsthand how much we humans have already disturbed the animal's environment. Those coyotes will also likely enter the neighborhoods in the new development if built, and they may cause harm to pets that are kept in the backyards of those homes, as happened to a dog of ours a few years ago. The building of the homes in Westridge, where I live, already has taken away the habitat of the coyotes. The building of over 400 new homes will take away even more of their habitat. This will cause harm and destruction to the ecology environment of that area, that many of the residents in this area enjoy. Once the fragile ecology of this area is disturbed, we cannot go back. I urge everyone to think deeply.
All right, Ms. Lee, I don't know if you can still hear me. If you're still there, we might have had a little internet dropout.
I can hear you.
There we go. Okay, you're back. We lost you there for a second.
That was everything I had.
Oh, that was it. Okay.
Yeah,
That's,
yeah.
I thought you were wrapping it up, but I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yeah,
Ms.
no,
Lee.
I want to,
Right.
respect your time, so.
No, that's fine. And we appreciate it. Thanks very much for speaking. Have a good night. Next caller, please.
Okay, we will try Judy Scott once again. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is unmuted before addressing the commission.
I think I finally got my microphone unmuted. Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, we can hear you.
Woo!
Yes. All right.
Okay, this is Judy Scott. It's JudyScott, and I live in La Habra. I've been in La Habra for 51 years. But just recently, the last 20 years, I live near Beach Boulevard and Lampert, so this would affect us a lot. And of course, the traffic is a real bad issue, but James Lee hit on a lot of the things, so I won't repeat all of that. But to us, Al and I, Al has worked at the Chevron laboratory for many years before they closed. And there is definitely something going on in the soil or something over there, because they had quite a few cases of brain tumors before they finally closed that facility. And so are you gone?
Oh, right here.
Oh.
We're here.
So I know that there's something in the soil. It'd be better not to disturb that soil. And but it just seems like it would really impact the community of La Habra to have more houses and everything. We are just overdone with all these houses. And is there anything you?
No, my name is Al Mason. Sorry for butting in, but it seemed like the reason the golf course was approved for that area was that was considered a suitable use of the land, even though there was this question about whether there was some kind of toxicity from it or not, from the former petroleum developments in it. But at the time, I think they wanted to avoid residences there because nobody could tell us, including the state of California, what the status was of why these gliomas, the brain cancers, had occurred. So part of our view is that it should be left essentially undisturbed as much as possible from the way it is now.
So that is one of the reasons. The other reasons are the traffic and all the extra things that come with that. And you've heard all of that and been very patient to hear it all from everybody. So I won't repeat all of those issues, but we are opposed to it.
All right, Ms. Scott, thank you very much. I'm glad the fourth time was a charm. We finally got you in here. So we appreciate your diligence in giving us your
I
opinion.
wasn't giving up. I felt I needed to say my words.
Thank
you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. We have a framework in place here where, unfortunately, folks, it looks like we're not going to be able to finish this meeting tonight. What we're going to do is take one more caller and then explain. I'll have the director explain what we have in mind here for additional speakers. We still have, even after the conclusion of the oral testimony, the commission still has about an hour's worth of items we have to plow through, even after people have stopped speaking. So we've gone now to 10:25, so we're just not going to be able to finish this tonight, it doesn't look like. But what we will do is entertain one more caller, if Veronica has one more, and then we'll explain how we'll handle the balance of those wishing to speak, okay? So final caller, please.
Okay, next speaker, you have been unmuted. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please make sure your microphone is turned on before addressing the commission.
Go ahead, speaker. Go ahead, speaker. Speaker, *6 to unmute, if you're there. Well, while we're waiting to see if connection is made, how many do we have in the queue now, Veronica?
There are 5 holding to address the commission.
5, okay, yeah, we're not going to be able to do that, unfortunately. I think maybe we'll try one more. Can we jump to the next and just get that person in, perhaps?
Sure, okay. Next speaker is Maribel. Please spell your first and last name and where you are from. Please unmute your microphone before addressing the commission.
Hi, my name is Maribel Lopez. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
All right. M-A-R-I, B like boy, E-L-L-E-L-O-P-E-Z. My address is 1821 South Ford Court. First of all, I want to thank you all commissioners for being so patient. I know this has been an exhausting 2 days for everyone, but we all really appreciate this opportunity to speak. I have a letter that someone reached out to me. He's 80 years old and he asked me to read it for him, and I promised him I would, and if I could, I will read his letter first, and then I just have a few words of my own. It's from Mr. Lee Kornstrom, L-E-E-Q-U, L-E-E is the first name, then Q-U-A-R-N-S-T-R-O-M. They live on, where's that address? Okay, I'll have to look for the address. Here's their address. It is 701 La Vereda Drive, L-A-V-E-R-E-D-A Drive. He asked me, Maribel, thank you for offering to read our letter on open space preservation to the La Habra City Council at the appropriate public hearing. I am unfortunately what is referred to as a shut-in, and both my wife and I are elderly and avoiding as much public comment, as much personal public contact as possible. You may read this paragraph too to the council to clarify why you are speaking on our behalf. And if you can, please give copies of the letter to each member of the council. Thank you. Anyway, here is our letter. My wife and I have lived in La Habra since we purchased our home on La Vereda Drive in 2001. During the 2 decades that we have been homeowners here, we have seen La Habra grow from a lovely, comfortable city to an overcrowded suburb with little or no character, an urbanized cluster now of anonymous-looking townhouses that might someday, we fear, turn into overcrowded slums. Whether these new developments that have already made La Habra seem like little more than a place for people to work elsewhere, to sleep and shower, flourish, or whether they deteriorate into densely populated apartments, residents will need more of the amenities that your council has allowed to diminish. The thousands of new residents in existing new buildings or in proposed buildings on the golf course property will need, among many things, open space. Yet, by allowing this proposed development, you will be eliminating much of the very open space the new residents would require. And of course, while La Habrans have gone through droughts over the years and have dutifully cut back on watering our lawns, eliminated washing our cars, and in many cases, cut back on all forms of water use. The City Council has mocked our water preservation efforts by allowing hundreds of new high-density residential buildings that house thousands of new residents who also need to take showers and wash dishes and do the laundry and use more of the precious water we are allotted. This will require more police and fire services. They will create even more traffic on our overcrowded streets. They will be sending kids to school when kids are allowed to congregate again, and they will be looking for public parks to gather in and for open space to help them keep their sanity in a city where the City Council seems hell-bent on filling every vacant space with high-density buildings. Surely your council will let the people of La Habra decide for ourselves whether we want to eliminate a portion of our tiny reservoir of available open space. The people will be able to vote on this in November. Measure X will give us a chance to express the will of the people, not just the will of the city bigwigs. My wife and I strongly urge the City Council to defer to the voters on whether to develop hundreds of high-density residences at the so-called Rancho La Habra, a name that conjures up images of bucolic wonderland where children in cowboy outfits can ride horses across wide open plains. Give us a break. We cannot come right now to your meetings due to health reasons, and we hope that the City Council will stop trying to ramrod this development down our throats, while many of us who live and vote in this once wonderful town are homebound because of the COVID virus. Thank you, Lee and Chris Kornstrom. And thank you very much, commissioners, for allowing me to read that because I gave them my word that I would. And I just have a few words of my own that I wanted to say. The Rancho La Habra project promises many benefits to the city, and I can see why the city feels compelled to approve the project. However, I am appealing to the planning commissioners as well as the city council members to please listen to your thousands of constituents who have made their voices heard and who want to preserve the open space in our city. All of you have lived in this city for many years, and all of you will be affected as well by the issues that I am about to point out right now. One of the issues I am concerned about is the fact that the land that the golf course is built on is land that was never intended for homes to be built due to the toxic waste where the land was owned by Chevron. That's why it was originally zoned for open space rather than housing. At one time, Whittier Christian High School had surveyed the site as a potential location for their school. However, due to the toxic waste in the ground, the land was deemed as not safe for buildings such as a school or housing. That's why it was zoned for open space in the first place and subsequently a golf course. To put houses on this land would be irresponsible, not to mention a hazard for the air quality of our community. And I would like to repeat these following facts for the record, since there may be people in the audience who are not familiar with what is written in the EIR, because in the EIR, it states that although the proposed project would not result in an increase in the frequency or severity of existing air quality violations or cause or contribute to new violations, proposed housing and population growth would be inconsistent with the air quality management plan for the South Coast Basin. And then it states that the implementation of the proposed Rancho La Habra specific plan would result in a net increase in greenhouse gas emissions of 6,037 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions per year, which would exceed the South Coast Air Basin Air Quality Management Plan's screening threshold of 3,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide per year. So that is almost double what is their screening threshold. So I'm very concerned about this, how this project will impact our health. I work at St. Jude Hospital, and many of the people that I work with suffer from respiratory diseases such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or for short, COPD. COPD is a disease that makes it harder to breathe. It is also a progressive disease, which means it can worsen over time. The definition from the Mayo Clinic is that chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is a chronic inflammatory lung disease that causes obstructed airflow from the lungs. Symptoms include breathing difficulty, cough, mucus production, and wheezing. It's typically caused by long-term exposure to irritating gases or particulate matter. People with COPD are at increased risk of developing heart disease, lung cancer, and a variety of other conditions. Do you know how devastating that disease is? To have reduced lung capacity and then not be able to fully expand your lungs because they are so diseased that they cannot draw enough oxygen for a person to adequately function in their everyday life. The air pollutants that will result from the grading and building of these projects over the next 6 years would draw up these pollutants and irritants into our air, and the effects would not be limited to just the surrounding area of the project. All of La Habra, as well as our neighbors in Whittier, Fullerton, Brea, Buena Park, and La Mirada would feel the effects as well. This would be detrimental to our health, our parents' health, our grandparents' health, and then even our children's health. We don't need to have every last square inch of our city built out into concrete and risk having exposure to these dangerous contaminants. We have to allow to have some areas allotted for grass and trees so that we can have adequate oxygen exchange and fresh air to breathe. And lastly, I would just like to send this word to the city councils that this method of having a hearing is discriminatory to people that do not have the ability, knowledge, technology, or means to attend such an important meeting. In fact, that was my friend Carol Hansen who couldn't get on the first time. I'm just wondering how many people weren't able to speak because they're having difficulty signing into this Zoom. So please allow an in-person hearing so that everyone will be able to interact, hear what's being said, interact with city council, and ask and receive responses. That's what we've been waiting for the past 2 years. I understand that the governor has issued guidelines for holding public hearings during this pandemic, and I understand that the city must follow them. However, due to how important this meeting is to all of your citizens, the city council needs to postpone this meeting so that everyone, young and old, would be allowed to have a regular in-person meeting, which is the only fair option for all of La Habra. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. We appreciate your input a great deal. Thank you for participating and have a good night.
Thank you.
Before, I'm going to pause here just briefly just to explain to my colleagues and to the public listening where we are at this point. It's approaching 10:40. The curfew time is 10:30. What we have left is the reading of written correspondence. And we have a rough estimate of that taking roughly 30 minutes. Then we have the applicant rebuttal, which we're budgeting, potentially as much as 30 minutes. And then finally, deliberation and roll call on this matter, which could be another 30 minutes to an hour. So, and plus we have some speakers, I think, still remaining. So for that reason, it's completely unfeasible for us to finish this tonight. So what we're going to do is ask that everybody who's still in the queue, both in opposition and if there's any people in support who were unable to connect last night, if you would now please raise your hands indicating that you wish to speak, and that list will be frozen and we will allow you to speak tomorrow night when we reconvene. So Andrew, if you want to add on to that, or if David would like to add on to that, that is fine. And we need to wait, I think, for a few minutes to make sure we get that screen cap, if that's what it is, of the raised hands. So let me know, Andrew, if that's if I said that correctly.
Yes, Darren, this is Andrew. You've said that accurately. I'll again reiterate to the audience the chair's instructions. For those who wish to address the commission, please raise your hand if you're on the computer. Navigate to participants icon at the bottom of the screen. Click on that and there should be a raise hand icon there. Click on that to raise your hand. Click on that to raise your hand. if you are calling by phone, please press *9 to raise your hand. And right now the count is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 'kay, final count. 1, 2, 3. So final count, we have 16 speakers for tomorrow.
All right, and is that now frozen? Did you screen capped it? We're done?
Yes, I did take a picture of it, and we've got it.
Okay, so folks, if you've raised your hand prior to this final count, you'll be allowed to speak tomorrow. 16 is probably going to take as long as maybe an hour and a half to get through. So what we're looking at then is about 3 hours for tomorrow night, just so my colleagues understand that. And with that said, I would like to thank you, Andrew. I would like to thank Veronica, Carmen, Roy. I'd like to thank Janetta and David for being here with us the entire night. I'm going to make a motion now to continue this public hearing of the Planning Commission until a date certain, which is tomorrow. Is that the 16th?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. The 16th at 6:30 p.m. So that's my motion, and do I have a second?
I'll second that, Darren.
Thank you. Roll call would be Commissioner Bernier,
Yes.
Commissioner Powell,
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Manley,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So with that, then, again, thanks to all, and also thanks to all the folks who spoke tonight. And we will resume this again tomorrow night at 6:30, again with the same ID and the same passcode. Thanks again, and good night all.
Good night.